with my classrooms, I don't have rules. I have expectations.
Right.
Rules are made to be broken, and expectations are made to be met.
Okay, all
and
right.
so you raise the standard for what you want, and that's I don't talk about it. Well, you broke a rule. No, you haven't met my expectation, and the kids respond to that positively, and the parents respond. So you contact a parent and go, "Hey, Johnny is not meeting my expectations today. He won't stay in his seat. He won't be quiet. He's talking over me. He's bothering the other kids." Those are all things that are expectations, not rules. And the parent is quick to go, "Oh no, oh they'll do it tomorrow."
Right.
Don't worry. No,
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Kroon, for letting me know.
My name is Amy Heiser-Myers. I am the principal of Horizons Elementary here in Davenport, Florida. My number one guiding belief is all children can learn, and we as practitioners and educators, it is our responsibility to provide every student with the opportunity to grow not only academically, but also social emotionally as well.
She's a great mentor, and she's very supportive of teachers. She is great about going into classrooms, and she really cares about student learning and making sure that all students receive the education that the best education possible.
I cannot brag about her enough as far as being supportive when it comes to the safety and security of our kids. Every idea she listens to, she goes above and beyond helping us on our suggestions. You don't find many people that are willing to go that extra mile, and she has never hesitated to say yes to those things, so it's been wonderful.
I feel very strongly, and I have been very open with my battle with breast cancer, and I am happy to say that I'm in the clinical term what they call remission, but due to powers above, I consider myself healed. I just am very privileged to not only be a survivor, but to be able to share my story and to bring it full circle to how has that made me a better principal.
What I like the most about Ms. Heiser-Myers is that she is a very kind leader, and she never quitted even though when she was going through her treatments.
It's early morning at Union Academy, but that doesn't slow down the Bluegrass Band as they serenade the gathering crowd in the cafeteria. They are all here to celebrate this man, J.J. Corbett, one of the first black paratroopers in World War II and longtime teacher, coach, and school board member at Polk County Public Schools. In honor of his years of service, Union Academy is naming their media center after Mr. Corbett.
We have a very unique setting here at Union Academy, and it's only based in our history. With Mr. Corbett being here today and us naming the media center after Mr. Corbett specifically, we're putting his name on the building to represent that history.
I want to thank all of my friends who are here for this honor, and I look back and wonder, do I deserve it? I hope that I've lived the kind of life that this honor could be in my name.
To find out more about the dedication, check out our news story at polkschoolsfl.com/news.
We will now call this work session for Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 to order.
and I will start by reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And with that, Superintendent Hyde, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and community members. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. The first item, on this morning's agenda for workshop is two items, for Frostproof Middle High School, remaining their main office suite after Ms. Claire Hatcher Bush, and Kathleen High School, naming the freshman building after Mr. Johnny Jackson. So I would ask at this time that the principal from Frostproof Middle High please come forward, where you could provide some information regarding the background of the said individual and why the recommendation came through your SAC committee for the board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kyle Wyndham. I'm principal of Frostproof Middle Senior. And it's interesting that I've spoken with each individual here, and whether it was over coffee, or Coke, or whatever, but as a group, this is impressive. Just so you know, this is an impressive group. So we have the opportunity to name our administrative office suite, our front office, after Ms. Claire Bush. Ms. Bush started teaching at Frostproof High School in 1973, and she was there for 40 years, 4 decades. And so as a teacher, home ec, and for those that remember home ec, math, she was a guidance counselor, and then she served as the assistant principal for curriculum twice, 2 different terms there. And in between those terms was administrator, assistant principal for administration. So everybody in Frostproof, if you come through Frostproof, you know Ms. Bush, without a doubt. She's, it's funny, she was born in Athens, Georgia. She is a huge University of Georgia Bulldogs fan. And then she comes to Frostproof to teach, which is the Bulldogs. And so she spends her time there doing that. So our SAC meeting, our SAC team had a chance to vote to name this after her. I thank Mr. Wilson for his support and his letter that went as well. And we're asking for that support for that. Any questions?
Ms. Cunningham.
Just want to say that she leaves such a legacy there. Every graduation that I went to, there was Miss Bush, all the kids loving on her, hugging her, thanking her. She has a heart of gold and a true heart for serving students, student leadership. She's an amazing woman. So I'm very excited that you brought this forward to honor her in this most wonderful way for her time, dedication, and talent to Frostproof Middle Senior High School.
Thank you.
Mr. Wyndham, if approved, if you don't mind, what would be the timeline for a ribbon cutting or the formal recognition?
More than likely in the fall.
In the fall.
We would do that in the fall.
Okay.
We'd wait till,
much going
if
on.
it's approved, then we would have time over the summer to make sure everything was prepared.
Yes, sir.
And then there at the beginning of school, we would be able to do the ribbon cutting and
Perfect. Thank you,
ceremony
sir.
and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd invite Derford Jones, principal at Kathleen High School. Please come forward. Mr. Hill, you're welcome to join him as the regional superintendent. The SAC chair is also here? Oh, please come forward. Thank you, Ms. Fields.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Derrick Jones. I'm the principal at Kathleen High School, and I'm here to ask permission to rename our freshman building after Mr. Johnny Jackson. I made contact with his wife, and I think she can speak better to his accolades and why the freshman building should be named after him. He was a graduate of Kathleen High School, but I'll defer now to Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones did contact me and asked me if I would be willing to come and speak before the board. My husband, prior to his demise, he has always been a fan of Kathleen High School. He attended Kathleen High School, that's correct, but he is a Polk County Public School graduate. He attended Medela Elementary, then he attended Lakeland Highlands Middle School, and then Kathleen. And after Kathleen, he did go on to pursue college, but he was a Kathleen High School graduate. He came back and worked for the district. As he came back and worked for the district, he worked across the district, down at Dundee Ridge Middle School. He worked at Bartow High School, Lakeland High School, Crystal Lake Middle School, and he ended his career in his dream job as the principal of Kathleen High School. I know that many of the teachers reached out and staff members reached out prior to going to Mr. Jones and asking would I be okay with the renaming of their freshman academy.
Mr. Jones, I'll pose the same question to you. If approved, what would be the timeline for the ribbon cutting and public recognition?
We will go at the same timeline as fall.
This fall. Okay. Any questions, comments? Ms. Fields?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to read some of the points that I had made in my letter to you, Mr. Hyde.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Odom Jackson said, Mr. Jackson's dream job was to become the principal of Kathleen High School. His dream came true in 2018. During his tenure as principal, many accomplishments were made under his leadership, and just to name a few: increased and maintained a school grade of C, increased the high school graduation rate from 79.7% to 91.5%, decreased the school's discipline rate significantly, implemented the whole school transformational grant. Kathleen High School was the only high school in Polk County and one of 25 schools statewide to receive the grant. Kathleen was awarded $4.4 million to implement a school transformation. Implemented from the grant the partnership with USF for Kathleen staff to pursue advanced degrees in education. This partnership was later replicated in several other schools. Implemented an additional partnership with USF Guaranteed Admissions Program. This program was designed to create a well-educated and skilled, diverse student body and recruit from an underserved population. Mr. Jackson was a true asset to Kathleen High School and is sorely missed by the students, staff, families, and our community. It is with much respect and gratefulness that I request that the Freshman Academy building be named Mr. Johnny Jackson Freshman Academy Building.
Thank you, Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
I think that we're all very thankful for what you and Mr. Jackson have provided our students. I know my niece lived with us for a while and was there at Kathleen, and I think the 9th grade freshman building is the perfect building because it faces, as people come in, it's a great, it faces people as they're driving in, and so to honor him, I'm more than happy that we're doing this for you all today.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, moving on, the second item on today's agenda is McLaughlin grade level expansion. As the board recalls, at the last workshop, I provided a recommendation, or at least began a narrative with the board about what had taken place previously, going back to 2019 when there was discussion about expanding McLaughlin. I provided some additional information for the board as it relates to the benefits and why we were still contemplating this at this time. As I shared, just a quick summary, McLaughlin currently is at 38 to 39% utilization with space to accommodate 735 additional students. The projected growth of single-family residences within Winter Haven and Lake Wales communities will require additional seats that cannot be met within our existing structure or the charter school system alone. Continuity of program for our students is something that you've heard me constantly advocate for, whether that's a K-8 environment or a 6-12 environment. The longer a student can persist within a school setting, the stronger the relationships we can establish with the family and between students and their peers and students and the professional educators in those buildings, and so our student outcomes should improve over time. It does, as I shared, currently have space. The existing infrastructure will support multiple academy options. Those have yet to be determined, and should the board agree through consensus that I should move forward with additional planning towards implementation today, then essentially we would finalize those academies, but I'll touch on that here in a few moments. I would also add that the cost of a new campus, a new high school campus, is roughly $100 million, if not $110 million, compared to should we do a phased renovation at McLaughlin, it's about 55% of the cost. So there's a considerable savings there. And as you can see here, I provided some enrollment projections. I stayed with the status quo of, again, assuming that the school would retain 70% of its current 8th grade class. I think that's important. I expect that number to grow, especially as interest grows if this is approved. But again, for the consistency's sake, you can see how the numbers would grow from 2022 to 23 at 561 total students enrolled, and the minimum expectation by the end of 2025-26, when they would have their their second year senior class, or rephrase that, their first year senior class, they would be approximately 868 students. The school start and stop time would be similar for all levels as we have presently at Frostproof and Fort Meade. Again, I think it's important for us to point out we do have 2 schools. Mr. Wilson, rightfully so, pointed out a concern or a question as to did we have concerns about the possibility of middle schoolers coming in contact with high schoolers. I reminded the board that we have 2 school settings where this is done successfully every day. And actually, quite honestly, I believe it serves us a great deal to have embedded mentors within the school setting and to have seniors and juniors serving as effective role models for our students. And so we would establish a school start time, but the middle and high would begin at the same time. The academic focus areas would include the fine and performing arts, the power utilities program, agri-science, and a medical program is being strongly recommended given its growth potential and high interest in the area. Athletics and clubs, the school would grow into its athletics and clubs opportunities over the first 4 years due to the fact that the recommendation at this time would be to allow the school to grow 1 grade level per year. It makes it more manageable from a staffing perspective. It also gives us a more adequate timeline in which to address some of the facilities needs, such as a gymnasium, track, and other needs that we would have to fully support these programs. I do have Mr. Talbot's here today, as well as Ms. Cummings and I have had conversations about how do we best support this school moving forward. If we were to become a high school, in their first year, they would have JV options for students, and we would use a combination of current school facilities depending on the sport being played, or we would travel as we have historically with other schools to other facilities in the area. You'll see an item, for example, an item that's on the agenda later for today is Dennison Field. Could Dennison Field serve as an off-site location for JV football games temporarily until this school were fully developed and built out? The answer is yes. There are other options, obviously, that are in closer proximity, but there are solutions for all of these. But again, it would be a phased implementation over multiple years. So the facilities enhancements, I did ask Ms. Usher to look at the projected budget of what it would take to make that campus commensurate with a traditional high school or a middle high school campus. Based off her analysis, it would cost us approximately $42 million. At this time, it would be phased in with prioritization for certain areas. We would prioritize parking and gymnasium and outdoor fields at this time. So again, with the board's approval through consensus for me to move forward and develop a definitive timeline for staffing and for final facilities plans, we would bring you each one of those. This would be broken out into 4 phases, minimally. And this is based off of Ms. Usher's analysis as well as the analysis conducted by Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins as it relates to our ability to sustain those projects financially within our current resources. Here's what the floor plan looks like, or I should say the plot plan looks like. You see the existing school down in the right-hand corner. You see where we would have practice fields, track and field, where we would place, and ultimately the school would have both a gymnasium and an auditorium. And again, that would make it commensurate with a traditional high school or middle high in our school district. The team even went further and began looking at rezoning options. And again, these are very much draft, and so I don't want anyone in the community to overreact or make any assumptions but I did want to show the level of detail that has gone into this before and currently for planning purposes, because it's important for us to move quickly on this matter. So possible rezoning option here, you can see what that looks like. Second rezoning option, and again, this has not been vetted. This is just simply what our team was able to pull together based off previous conversations and or current assumptions. So there are 2 rezoning options that we've included within the presentation just to give a general sense of what this might look like. It's still, as I want to continue to highlight, that there's still school choice amongst these schools for programs, so families don't have to worry necessarily about the boundaries, and this has yet to be determined. And it's important as well to note that families would be grandfathered in, and zoning would take place as we phased in a grade level class each year. And so by what I'm trying to explain there is that even with an incoming freshman class, if students chose to stay within their current zone school, then we would allow that, but they'd have to provide their own transportation. And so that's an important clarification to make, is once the school's rezoned, if you choose, or for example, if I'm a 10th grader currently and I'm somehow impacted where the rezoning would force me back to McLaughlin, we would allow you to continue to complete your school level program until you graduated. You would not be forced to return back to your normal zone school. My recommendation at the time would not be to eliminate transportation for existing students. We would sustain that, but that's a conversation, again, depending on the direction of the board today, not through a formal vote tonight, but through consensus recommendation during the workshop. I would then get into the conversation with Mr. Davis and others to start planning out potential impact for transportation and other needs. Items to be addressed, again, further, just to be completely transparent, that if the board reaches consensus today and authorizes me to continue moving forward with the planning and implementation of this to bring back as one final presentation for final board approval, obviously we need to work on the proposed boundaries and attendance zones with the estimated enrollment numbers, finalizing the program focus areas, including all startup costs, even athletics. It's not as simple as saying, well, we'll host JV football. That requires 100 and some odd helmets, shoulder pads, all the other relevant equipment. And, unfortunately, because of COVID, there are still significant delays with shipping. So Mr. Talbot would need direction very quickly in order to ensure that he could pull together resources for this school to launch this year. The staffing allocation adjustment would allow for a 3-year phase-in. I think what I shared here previously, and I want to continue to reiterate, is the number of students there would actually not require a significant increase in staffing, because they would be serving both middle school and high school with the appropriate certifications. So the school would not essentially be fully staffed until year 3 or year 4. We can actually incrementally add staff, so the burden is not on the school to secure the entirety of the staffing allocation model in year 1 or summer 1 heading into next school year. So that's an important note, and that's why phasing in grade levels I feel is a more appropriate process when you're dealing with existing schools, expanding grade levels, and or changes to existing boundaries. A good example of that was we very recently met with several schools out at Chain of Lakes to have a conversation about the rezoning that's taking place out there based off the attendance boundary committee recommendations, and providing families with assurances or reassuring families that a child who's currently in a school setting may maintain themselves in that school setting. They don't have to move into the next year, provided a great deal of comfort. And it also, from an HR perspective, provides greater sense of relief to a school that may be seeing declining enrollment. So rather than 1 year we're losing all of these enrolled students, we're allowed to gradually phase it in and transfer staff between the schools, which is a more, I find that to be, I hate to use the word humane, but a more respectful and a more professional approach to how to transfer staff rather than assuming 300 students are going to be transferred next year, let's move you all. That level of displacement can create a lot of negative impact on the school's culture, and obviously can set up a new school with that negativity of individuals coming in. So it allows HR a more appropriate timeline in which to address these issues as well. Yes, Ms. Miller.
Are you finished? That was quick.
I am.
That was, we moved through that relatively quickly. I just have a couple of questions, and this can be addressed when you bring us back all of the information.
Yes, ma'am.
I do think adding one grade at a time is probably the best way to do this. Two things with that. We have invested a lot of money in the school previously for different programs. I would ask that we respect those academies and the dollars spent from our taxpayers for the programs that were to be implemented there. I think you have amazing leadership that will be able to do this and more. I just know that the taxpayers see more dollars going into a school and they want to see the results, the return on their investment. That's one. When we're adding sports, and this would probably be a Dan Talbot question, I know we're not going to be able to compete with other high schools for the variety that you'll be able to provide. So I'm kind of curious on how that will work with the limits of adding JV options for some, but not all. And the last thing is Roosevelt, in its unique setting and classification, currently does some collaboration with the school for Culinary Academy and other things. But I would like to know how this will affect that school and what your plans are for Roosevelt. Are we going to continue to do collaborations with this school? Or are we going to try to make Roosevelt a standing high school like that? And that's a hard question. You've never dealt with that school, with the unique position that you're in with that school. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there, but we need to have the conversation on how this will affect that high school, which is now, I guess, still classified as alternative, but it is supposed to be a gen ed setting.
Yeah, so very good questions. I'll address the back end of your questions first while Mr. Talbot makes his way up front to talk about JV, because my understanding is we're required to provide JV options for all students, so we don't end up creating a Title IX issue for us in particular. So we need to be equitable. But as it relates to Roosevelt, yes, the school would continue to provide students with options, and I think that's one of the unique features about the McLaughlin relationship with Roosevelt, is we expect to invest some additional dollars into Roosevelt for their culinary program, and so those students would have the opportunity to travel as they do presently. But that's where we got the idea. Admittedly, I got the idea to offer an extension of the similar types of programs to the Lake Wales Charter School students. That if there are academies that we have within close proximity to to their schools that they can't afford to replicate, but their students have an interest in, why not create a model where we can have shared resources? So I think that's important for us. And Roosevelt, the intention is to move that school away from a center school or its previous model to more of a traditional high school that continues to serve those students with increased capacity. And so, yes, that would be a focus for us as well.
I just don't want to turn it into, it's not going to be a competing high school. Are those students at Roosevelt going to be able to take part of clubs and things at McLaughlin that are not available to them? Because if I was a parent, where would I place my child? The school that has adding all of the phenomenal extracurricular activities, or a school that we're still trying to find its purpose?
Yeah, there's an interesting option between McLaughlin and Roosevelt, quite frankly, that has yet to be explored, but I'd like to bring that back at a subsequent meeting, if I may.
Thank you.
And I think you and community members would be very pleased with what we're talking about. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, very exciting to have read through this. A lot of the backup information was stuff that we had already seen years ago that was put in here for background and information. And then, of course, yours is updated. The timeline on the previous one versus what we've got today, I realized from looking here that you are hoping to start 9th grade this coming fall. I thought that was pretty rigorous. So Am I reading those numbers correctly?
You are.
I
and
am,
That
okay.
was, I'm going to be honest, that was based off the enthusiasm that the board demonstrated at the last meeting.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest, the leadership at McLaughlin would like very much to
Would
take
they?
control and seize the opportunity now to do this. And so when I saw the response from the board at the last meeting,
Yes.
knowing where Dr. Hudson's living on this issue and the tenacity that that young lady demonstrates on a daily basis to fight for her kids and her community,
Yes.
you know, we'll get behind her. She knows she has, if this is approved, she
Right.
understands what's expected of her. And it gets back to Ms. Miller's point, their current programs will be held up and will be sustained. We invested a lot of money there for a fine performing arts program.
Sure.
And we expect that to continue to grow and flourish there as an
Awesome.
opportunity for East Side students.
Because I was trying to figure out when we were kind of phasing it in, and when I looked at your enrollment projections, I was like, oh my goodness, this is this August, so.
Yeah,
just
if she retains 70%, you're looking at the possibility of 5 additional staff. So
Total,
it's not a
okay.
large number because, again,
Okay.
they'll be able to serve both the middle school and the high
understand.
school with the appropriate certifications. But we're only talking anywhere from 97 to, at maximum, 132 students. You divide that by the FTE, you're looking at about maximum of 6 staff. And that's not inclusive of support staff, and that's a different conversation.
Sure.
But that's what I need to bring back to you based off the board's direction today.
Okay, because reading all the previous stuff, it looked like there was a year for the planning, basically, and then phasing in for the 9th, and, okay, so I just hope that's not too rigorous of a timeline, because to me, quality is more important than timing. If they needed the extra time to do what has to be done, renovations on campus, whatever, so that they're successful, that's my thing.
Yes, ma'am.
That the kids are successful, then so be it. But if she feels like they can do it by this August, then more power to them. I think it's wonderful.
I have a strong feeling she'll be here tonight oh, there she is, Ms.
Yes.
Am I speaking out of turn, or do you feel like you can please come forward to the microphone with Mr. Talbot. Dr. Hudson.
I wasn't prepared, but sitting next to this great man, how can you not be? We've been working together to make sure that the vision that was set forth with the previous administration, that we are in preparation, all in hopes that you would be willing to grace us with this opportunity for our students. The facilities are already there. The only thing that we've asked for is a possibility of an awning so that we can provide outdoor and indoor eating for next year. Besides that, the campus can take the kids tomorrow. We are using testing labs now that will be turned into classrooms. We've already started cleaning those in great anticipation of the possibility. But most importantly, the students are eager for the opportunity to stay.
And I think I remember several of the students saying, you know, if this does come to fruition, I'll be able to stay right here at McLaughlin and enter my 9th grade year. I can remember a few of the kids the other evening saying that. So I just want to make sure you have adequate time to plan, because in reviewing all the older things, it said a year, you know, in planning, and we're giving you, what, 4 months?
So what we did is we've been planning as for the possibility.
All right.
And so tonight, with your approval,
Yes.
we have a wish list of things that we need and supports to hand over to the administration, to
Awesome.
Mr. Green, Ms. Barnes, and Superintendent Hyde, that with those supports or direction, some of it's not action items, we just need, who do I go to for this?
Yes.
We're thoroughly convinced that we can make it happen. Anything for the kids.
Awesome.
And athletically, we've been planning and preparing. I have 2 district-wide master schedules for junior varsity, one with them, one without. So depending on, you know, tonight's vote or the direction we can go, those won't be released, but we have a plan to include those student athletes. There will be some challenges as far as the supply chain, but the beautiful thing about being in the district that we're in is we have 15 other schools that will come to our aid if needed. If we're missing 2 or 3 pairs of shoulder pads, those things, we have the resources right here in our own community to be able to provide the opportunity for kids to participate and make it a great experience and grow as we continue to add grades from years on.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Ms. Fields and Ms. Fortney?
So if my memory serves me correctly, when this campus was modernized back in 2010, maybe 2009, I believe Dr. McKenzie was the superintendent at that time. I know that the vision then was to utilize that campus to capacity. And I've been to McLaughlin, and it is not being utilized to capacity.
Correct.
A beautiful facility, so much potential, but again, not being utilized to its capacity. So I'm excited about this opportunity. I know that Dr. Hudson and her staff have been working on this for a while with the hopes that the board would be in agreement. The only concern that I have, not for McLaughlin, but as it relates to capital improvements, is that I would not want to see anything jeopardized by us moving forward. I want to make sure that whatever we have as it relates to projects are still going to continue. But I am definitely 100% in support of moving this along. We do this all the time with our charter schools, where they come to us and they want to do at one grade level at a time. And so I think it's only fitting for us to make sure that we take care of our schools as well.
Thank you. And the goal would be to bring back one final comprehensive plan with all of that information. We'll make sure we include a total summary, because again, I've met with multiple staff who have assured me we can operate within our current parameters without having to delay other projects. But I want to bring that back to you to show you that, to reassure you. So,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Ms. Fortney.
I'm just cautious about Roosevelt, and I'm looking forward to whatever plan, because that's a unique school that serves unique students, and I'd like to keep it unique as possible.
It will, and I think you raised, and Ms. Miller and I have had long conversations about Roosevelt and its current trajectory and its history, and approaches that have been used in the past, some successfully, some unsuccessfully. But I think it's an opportunity that we have in front of us, because my concern with its current structure is that it continues to reinforce an approach to students who, in my opinion, and in that of the federal government and IDEA, deserve to have access to LRE, the least restrictive environment, with their role-alike peers. And I think we can create that atmosphere while also maintaining the uniqueness of Roosevelt. But again, I'd like to bring that concept back to you. Ms. Hudson's involved in this conversation. I mean, let's be honest, if Ms. Hudson had her way, she would take 18 schools under her wings and call them all the McLaughlin Consortium. And I'm not giving her any more ideas, but
I like that idea.
She has, no, I don't. She's an amazing leader with a great vision, and it's a pleasure to work with her on a daily basis. But again, please let me bring back a more comprehensive plan, because I would love to talk more about it here, but there's a lot of conversations that still need to happen before I do so. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And looking at some of the old documents again was kind of a blast from the past. And one of the things that I remember saying when we talked about it then was how excited I was for the entrepreneurship to be falling in both the arts and in one of the joint categories. Coming from a theater arts world background, having all of them are independent contractors. So understanding how do you file your taxes, how do you build a budget, those types of things is so important. So I'm hopeful that that will be one of the tracks that you continue. So I just wanted to encourage you with that. And just so the board knows, as I think she indicated, we do have this on the agenda this evening. When Superintendent Hyde and I spoke, we felt like it was important, if we're going to open it in August, to at least be able to give them direction as to you can go ahead and start working to get it done, and we can come back in June with more specific things if we need to, but to go ahead and give them the green light so that they can start tomorrow on things that they've been waiting for direction on, as opposed to needing to wait until the middle of the summer.
Thank you for that, because there's far more that is done than isn't completed. And I think that's important, because so much work was done on this in the past, and much to Dr. Hudson's credit, she never let the ball drop. And she's maintained a tenacity and a focus on this that really is admirable. And so she's very much prepared. And as I shared, staffing is always the biggest concern. Finances, we can always work around the financial issues. But when you have a leader who's willing to say, okay, yes, if I'm going to have to hire 5 or 7 more people this summer, I'm willing to take that on, and I know what I'm taking on, and why not empower her to do that? And I think she has shown repeatedly the ability to do so while elevating her school under the toughest of conditions to have exited DA status the way they did, you know, with the crew that she had, and took a great deal of work under the most ridiculous of circumstances. And so kudos, I respect you a great deal as a leader, as an educator, so thank you. So I'll entrust you if the board entrusts me. Thank you. All right. Mr. Talbot, you can stay right there, sir. The next item for discussion is the possibility of the Denison Stadium renovation. So right now, to renovate Denison Stadium would cost about $1.3 million. Part of that, the most significant portion of that cost would be to turf the field. I am a huge proponent for turf for a lot of reasons, especially as we look, and it's funny that we just had the State of the Union conversation or State of the County conversation where water management was an issue that was highlighted. And so how do we then play a role in this to help reduce the amount of fertilizers, pesticides, and our water usage for areas like football fields and soccer fields? Turfing is a viable option for us to explore here in Central Florida, and one that requires an initial investment on the front end. But part of the Denison Field Stadium issue is that many of you will recall, and I've had to learn this history, that was where we held a lot of our county and regional track meets because it was a rubberized track, and it was state-of-the-art. The problem became as that field started to suffer from multiple irrigation issues, drainage issues and runoff and those types of things, we kept managing the field the best way we could because it's a turf field, it's a grass and soil field. We kept dumping dirt on it. The problem now is, as a result of all those years of how we managed it, and again, it was exactly how we should have managed it at the time considering all the circumstances, it crowned. And so now the runoff has absolutely impacted the current track itself. And so there's a great deal of erosion. There's a very large area on one side of the field that that's very hazardous. There's a steep drop off. And so what we would have to do, and that's why the costs are here in the recommendation, it would be $1.3 million, but that would renovate both the field and the track. And it would give us a third option for a turfed field across the district. As I said here, the price includes replacing the rubberized synthetic surface for use for county, regional, AAU, and Florida High School Association events. Many of you will recognize, as we should, Mr. Talbot has done an absolute amazing job in advocating that Polk County be the place for high school sports and collegiate sports to be played. And we are very fortunate that multiple sports are now played here as a result of his efforts and our location. The costs would be shared costs. We have already set aside, anticipating the ability to move forward, we've set aside $600,000 as our contribution. The city of Winter Haven would commit up to $350,000 in matching funds, depending on what the school can raise, and then the high school would be on the hook to raise $350,000. So whatever the school raises, the city of Winter Haven has agreed to match up again to that $350,000 mark. And I believe we had some representatives here today, although I believe they're going to speak later on another topic on CFAA expansion.
Yeah, Mr. Herr was trying to make it, but got caught up and won't be able to, but we do have someone here for CFAA later from City of Winter Haven. But the city is fully supportive of doing it. We've had some great conversations with Mike Herr and T. Michael Stavers about what some of the mutual benefits are to having a facility there that they could also use with us, which is part of why they're looking to be a part of the cost share. So they're very supportive.
And we do host multiple events there, and I think that's what gets lost here is multiple schools utilize that facility. It's not just, it's very uncommon, especially for the main field to be used as frequently as that field is. But let me talk about the location of the turf fields here in Polk County. What we did was we had the team place them on maps. So you see where Bryant Field is, you see where Mulberry High School is now, and you see where Denison Stadium is. Obviously, it gives us a really good centralized location or accessible location for the vast majority of our schools and our functions. Also, I mean, obviously, this might be something we have to look forward to addressing on the east side of our district as we continue to grow and the needs arise. Again, turfing is a really strong, viable option for us, and I believe it's a responsible option that we should explore. But this does create a third option for us for utilization, and not just for school functions, but for county events and for a lot of our Pop Warner, and I think that oftentimes gets overlooked. The reason why schools more often than not are reluctant to allow shared usage or shared agreements for football teams, lacrosse teams, soccer teams. And if you think about youth sports, you can't drive anywhere in Polk County on a weekend without driving past a church or a school that isn't absolutely swamped with little ones running around playing some sport. For us, high schools in particular are very guarded with their facilities because of the wear and tear that occurs. Moving to a turf or a synthetic field virtually eliminates those wear and tear issues. There are some issues with rubberized tracks that we have to be cautious of, but making sure people aren't spilling food and drinks on them. But I've seen that done successfully in a variety of locations. The current use of Dennison Field, just to provide a little bit more justification as to the extent of its use, it is the primary athletic venue for Winter Haven High School, for Dennison Middle School, for Jewett Academy, and Jewett School of the Arts. From a countywide perspective as well, it's important to point out that multiple community events are held there. We also bring in traveling and visiting teams from out of state. Every winter, for example, many you all know, you hired me from Illinois. Every winter, especially for spring break, every team from up north, high school team, is looking for a venue to go to every spring break to get away from the cold weather. And they come to Central Florida or South Florida to participate in various activities. And so this, again, feeds into that. Very recently, our county hosted, college baseball tournaments. And it was impressive how many teams and players were here and the impact that has on our economy. But this provides yet another venue for a variety of participants and community-based partners to work with us on. We do host our district marching band competition there. We do hold the elementary track meet there. It's called the Optimist Club of Winter Haven, sponsors that. So again, great opportunities for us to invest. It does become revenue generating at some point because we can lease these out without concerns for wear and tear on the facility. And it takes a lot off of our buildings and grounds crews as well to maintain these facilities, and lets them focus on more of the common grounds areas in our schools as our district continues to grow and we look at adding new facilities. As I shared, the irrigation issue alone still has to be addressed. Outside of this issue, minimally it will cost us about $100,000 to address and mitigate the current irrigation issues, only to potentially have issues in the near future. And I think that's important to point out, that fixing it now still potentially creates issues for us in the near future, especially when we start talking about water shortages and issues such as that. The track, to replace the track and bring it back to its pre-state, the rubberized and synthetic surface is going to cost us about anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000. So from an efficiency standpoint, it does start to lean towards more cost-efficient solution to go with turfing and to address the track at the same time, at this time. The partnership, as we said, with Winter Haven, with the City of Winter Haven, with the school, we would have priority utilization. And so essentially what would happen is each year Mr. Talbot would work with the high school to ensure that all of their traditional usage are captured on a calendar. We would share that with the city, and then the city would coordinate and work around those scheduled events. And so I think that's important for us to note that, again, we would maintain our priority utilization, and it's important, but it's going to require transparency and communication, and we do that early on in the summer before the master schedule is finalized. And as I said, there's expanded revenue opportunities. That field could be utilized for far more activities across the district, for fundraising activities and events, field day activities for all of our schools across the district. So that summarizes Dennison Field. Any questions or comments about that? Ms. Fortney, then Ms. Fields.
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of turf, and I have talked to board members across the state. They actually have a plan where they are pulling up at least 1-2 a year, especially the coastal counties, the districts. It is the future. Yes, I've been on that field for the MPAs and stuff. It is treacherous, and it's a safety concern, quite frankly. So I'm all for it.
Ms. Fields?
And the partnership. Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Sorry.
I'm hoping Bartow is listening.
Ms. Fields?
I just had kind of one question similar to what Ms. Fortney just said, but I think it's a unique and very beneficial that the city of Winter Haven as well as the school is actually going to pay half of that. So to me, that's to be commendable for them. My question is this a trend that we're going to be going in as it relates to turfing all of our fields?
I would love to turf all of our fields. Mr. Talbot knows that. We talked about that when I first arrived. The only way that, but there's an economy of scale issue there, and I think I need to point that out. Turfing fields one at a time is a very costly process. If we were to move forward in the future and begin, so if we build a new high school, I will always advocate that we turf, always, because doing it at that time is more cost efficient than not. If we were to move forward as a district with a commitment to turf 2 to 3 fields per year, there's an efficiency there because they travel as a team. They're not always local companies that do this work. And so what we dealt with at Mulberry was that was a team that actually moves around the state and the region. And it gets cheaper with the more fields that you do because their crews are here and they're working each day. So they stagger. It's much like building a house. Building one house can be incredibly expensive, but if you build multiple homes, you can move your trades groups from one house to the next and get more efficiency out of it. So is it something that I'm going to prioritize over renovating our classrooms and our schools? No. But if the opportunity presents itself, I believe turfing our fields is a responsible thing for us to consider, especially, again, maybe it's the biology science teacher in me, but the whole water conservation issue in Central Florida continues to be a main focus for me on this issue.
I would agree with that. And if we were to pursue that, I would definitely want to hope that we would get the support as it relates to the school as well as the city or wherever the location is, their support as well.
And that's a great point, Ms. Fields. I think you pointed out, and I should bring about that Ms. Wyatt and I were both approached by the city of Winter Haven as this was an interest they had. We didn't have to necessarily approach them. They came to us. But to your point, yes, we would look. I think this becomes a model moving forward for how do we have shared usage agreements and opportunities that we both can mutually share the cost as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And I just want to make a comment. One of the things that they're looking to do as part of their fundraising is naming the field. And I know Ms. Cunningham has talked about it since I think even before I was elected about, are there naming rights that we can sell? And as we look at putting names on buildings and things like that, our athletic facilities are things that I think that we can sell naming rights to. So I would caution us to give too many naming rights for athletic facilities away for free that could bring in $250,000 to be able to do things like this for the district. So just something to think about as we're moving forward.
There's a lot of creative ways to offset costs. Absolutely. Mr. Talbot.
Just in the little time that we've been working on this project, I was approached by Bond Clinic about a doctor wanting to get involved with turfing Davenport, the new school. I've been approached by Southeastern University wanting to partner and put a new synthetic track out at Tenorock. The city of Bartow has also reached out to us saying, basically, what about us? So the chance to fund some of these projects that we would love to see happen, but partner with our community is an ideal situation, not only for our school district, but for the communities that we are in. And they are actually, like Mr. Hyde, Superintendent Hyde said, they're approaching us. I mean, Southeastern just called out of nowhere. So our growing and our partnership with our community is fantastic right now, and it's a great opportunity for everyone involved.
It's not uncommon for colleges to approach school districts nowadays because what they're trying to do is expand their turf options because so many sports have expanded with the inclusion of lacrosse and other types of sports that they need practice fields. And so a great example, we were doing something similar in my previous district where a local college came forward and said, listen, we'll split the cost with you 50-50. But we need to be able to play here on these dates. Can you work your schedule around those? And we said, absolutely. So that was a conversation that was ongoing. So there is a great opportunity here moving forward. And I'm glad to hear Mr. Talbot's being contacted by others.
And one exciting note is when the school district bought Bryant Stadium, Bartow and Ridge were the first two schools to play there when it was purchased by the district, not Lakeland or anyone else, but Ridge had an abundance amount of rain, so we wanted to save the field at Ridge, and so we moved the game to the turf stadium to save the cost expense on the district of what would cost to repair that field after a heavy rain in a football game. So we actually moved that game to Bryant Stadium. So little tidbit of history, the first game that we owned Bryant Stadium was Ridge and Bartow. That's a little trivia if you're out.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot. Oh, Ms. Fortney, did you have anything else? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that I believe the Frosts have probably given that much to Bartow. That's all, Sarah Beth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Talbot.
Thank you.
This time I'll bring Mr. Pitts and Ms. Heather Jenkins forward. I'll actually ask Mr. Warren to please join them as well. We're starting to get into some of our more complicated topics. So the school staffing model, again, just to kind of refresh the board, this year's staffing has come in 3 waves. First was the org chart, right? How did I repurpose or work within the current constraints of the organizational chart? You saw where through the elimination of contracts, we were able to return a considerable amount of money. There was another contract that we will seek to terminate that will return almost another $500,000 back to the school district because it's a contracted service we no longer require. So that being said, the second phase of this were the job descriptions that had been vetted and any recommendations for changes within departments that they could not fund through existing vacancies or other means. For example, some departments, as you know, have access to federal funds, so under student services, Dr. Lutz could be more flexible with IDEA and other dollars so that he could actually fund some of these positions. A lot of these positions are funded through federal programs, Title I, Title IV, and IDEA, but others are being funded explicitly from some of the savings that we were able to return to the district through contracted services. So the staffing plan, as I shared, looks at as 2 factors here, just to kind of reiterate this. Number 1, looking at departments. You received information from Mr. Pitts about department requests and how those are reflected here. These are not duplicative, so anything that's already in the org chart recommendation is not duplicated here. We eliminated those so there'd be no confusion between the two, because I did not want to give the impression that we were double charging for our positions and showing an increase in our overall cost. The third part of this is our staffing plan. The staffing plan that I'm referring to is not about district level positions. It's really where the rubber hits the road. It's school level positions. How are we staffing our schools to ensure that we can best and more adequately serve the needs of our students and our families? And so what Ms. Jenkins and the team did was they went out, they looked at the staffing allocation models across multiple school districts, all large districts, because Polk County is now the 7th largest school district in the state, and as you know, growing very quickly. I expect us to move up that list in the near future, as do you. And so based off that, how do we staff our schools? And what plan and model should we work towards? Again, I'll preface all of this with the understanding that, and I've said this publicly to our staff when this topic comes up, as I've gone out and done meet and greets at various schools. Right now I'm touring schools with our PEA president to talk about an MOU that we have out there now that pays them for additional planning time using some ESSER dollars. However, I take the opportunity to talk to staff when they ask questions, and it's important for us to note, there is no way, just to put everyone at ease, that we can afford to migrate to a new staffing plan in 1 year. That's not what we're looking to do. What I'm doing is I'm bringing to you a recommendation as to what we believe should be the way we staff our schools. And then once the board says yes, we are in agreement that that's what we need to focus on, and Mr. Hyde, we're giving you the direction to work towards that, then we will develop through prioritizing certain roles and responsibilities. For example, what's more important? Let me rephrase that. What will we prioritize? More guidance counselors or additional paraeducators, or where are our priorities in that regard? And then it would be a multi-year process so that you see a gradual impact on the general budget and or grant funding, and it's not a one-time hit. Additionally, I don't think HR or our principals could actually meet that demand within 1 year. Finding guidance counselors, for example, has proven to be increasingly difficult. And there are other items I know we're going to talk about later today as it relates to mental health supports that are increasingly difficult to find certified staff. So I just wanted to preface the conversation by reminding everyone, less the board, more the community, how this has come forward and why. The only positions that are not before you today, as far as the staffing plan, which is both new requests or the school level positions, are those that require PEA negotiations. So there are a number of district level positions, TRSTs and other types of roles that are still within the PEA org chart. As a result of that, we have to negotiate any changes to those jobs, and that those are not reflected here. Correct? I mean, Mr. Warren, I'm going to make sure I reiterate that correctly.
Correct. Those would all be driven by the bargaining structures and the
So
salary structures.
those are still being addressed through the bargaining process. However, so I just want to make sure you were aware that there may be someone or something that's going to be recommended for an alteration in the near future, but it cannot be reflected here not because the team has not done their due diligence. It's just a procedural issue that has to be fulfilled, and we're trying to address it now as we go through negotiations as well. So who wants to begin, Mr. Pitts or Ms. Jenkins?
Your name's on the top.
Okay. So first we'll go over the school staffing model plans with you. And today in our audience I have Mr. Mike Bellows and J.D. Fout. Mike's our senior manager of staffing, and J.D.'s our director of finance. So I want to thank them very much for helping prepare this information for y'all today. So first is our current school staffing model. This is where the district prepares the allocations based on our PTM. The original allocations are formulated and given to the schools in order to begin their staffing process. At the 8th day count, those are reconciled to align with our current enrollment. The schools then have an appeal option where they can request changes to their allocation based on increased enrollment and/or extenuating circumstances. Those appeals are reviewed by the regional superintendent, the deputy superintendent, the chief of staff, myself, and Mr. Warren. In addition to the staffing model, we also set the operating budget. So I'm going to show you 2 examples of those. Jason's got it. So this is what our blue sheet looks like, a snippet, and that's what the school actually receives. It shows you how many teachers you get of different varieties, your paras, your school counselors, and this is the initial piece that we see. We also have a staffing plan that we refer back to, that if you have an increase in students, additional positions that you can request. The next slide is our 21-22 allocations for operations and also our 22-23. So right now, per PTM, total membership, each school receives these dollar amounts for each student, which is allocated to their operating budget. The next type of model is...
Ms. Jenkins?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. I'm going to ask just because I think it's important for the community to hear some clarification. So how do you arrive at $64 per elementary student? What factors do you take into consideration?
Cost of materials, programs that are provided. We increased the allocation. Several years had gone by in which it had remained steady. So based on available budget and increasing costs, we try to increase that yearly so that the schools have the dollars to provide the programming they need.
So to simplify it even further, these would be items and goods that schools go throughout a year, and it helps them offset their costs associated with that. So toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, those types of things all come out of this budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The next type of model that we looked at is a site-based model. So in this model, the district recommends the school staffing allocations based on the enrollment, and then the principal has the option to buy or change the allocations by reallocating their personnel budget or their operating budget. In this model, the principal is pretty much the CEO in total of their school, so they're provided with the operating budget as well. And within those two pots, they can look at their allocations, and if they decide, I don't need one regular core teacher, but I need to add an ESOL teacher, they have the option to exchange those positions. Also, if they've saved on operating budget and they'd like to trade part of that in to buy an additional position, they have the option to do that as well. There's also a reconciliation of the eighth day count, and again, in January during the third calculation. But in this model, it's required that the principal have a contingency line. Some districts that do this let the principals know it has to be 1% of your total budget or something like that. In other districts, they allow the principal to decide that amount. If they don't withhold a contingency line in those districts, then hopefully they would have a vacancy to trade in, or they would have to determine how that budget would be returned to the district. In this model, the budget is also allocated based on FTE, which is full-time equivalent. It's the same way we receive our funding at the district level currently.
Ms. Jenkins, Ms. Fortney had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the site-based model, just maybe simplify, let's say you are allocated a full unit for a media specialist. Could you split that in half and do a half unit as a para and then another half as a para somewhere else at your school? Is that an example of site-based?
Yes.
Okay,
you
I
could.
just want to say that out loud. All right, thanks.
There are some operating parameters that schools are provided, even in this, within the site-based. There are minimum expectations that are established for certain staffing. What it does provide is some flexibility. So if a school had a position assigned or allocated to them, I'll give you an example. As a middle school principal, when I was a middle school principal, I could take, let's assume that the cost for a teacher allocation unit was averaged across the school district at $60,000. Or let me use an easier number, $50,000. To pay a teacher who volunteered to teach through their planning period to pick up an extra class, let's say it was $5,000. So kind of a common sense approach as a principal was if I had a lot of young teachers who wanted to increase their earning potential, or even veteran teachers who wanted to increase their earning potential, I could actually get 10 teachers, 10 sections paid for, which is the equivalent of 2 full-time teachers because I'm not paying for their planning time. Or I could spend that $50,000 on one teacher and only get 5 instructional sections out of it because of the way the planning periods and things work. And so I always had the benefit of getting more sections, reducing my overall class sizes as a result, but also getting well-established, knowledgeable, skilled teachers who are willing to teach extra sections. And so you always rotated that. But that's a good example of where site-based would come into play, whereas if a principal said, hey, listen, I need a little flexibility here, we would work with them on that. But there are expectations. For example, there are certain positions you cannot cash in. You cannot cash in the principal position. You cannot cash in special education. You cannot cash in EL positions without approval. But that would mostly be because of diminishing enrollment, not because of you're just trying to move some money around. We would not allow that. Those students still have to be served. So there are some protections and some buffers that are put in place to prevent certain things from being impacted adversely.
Just to follow up on that, for example, a high school on a block scheduling, would that be a site-based decision, or does that have to be a district-wide decision, or what are your thoughts on that? I know it's kind of out of this realm, but I know we used to have 2 planning periods as teachers also.
Well, they still do. So, and I think I thought we forget about that because if it's, 45-minute plan versus a 90-minute plan every other day, it may not feel like 2 planning, but it is still there. The number of minutes are there.
Yeah, that's my point.
Schools do have the flexibility to select their block schedule if they choose to do so. But that will be a conversation in your future, not to erode that flexibility, but to create more consistency, because what we're finding as a result through negotiations is the disparity in the types of schedules that we've created or allowed to create. It's actually impacting staff and their planning time and those types of things, because it's very disparate. And so there's a conversation now about how do we deal with these issues? And so that's a conversation. So again, not with the intent to erode that, but how do we create more consistency so it doesn't adversely impact staff and their working conditions? And that's a primary focus and an issue we're dealing with now through negotiations.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Miller?
I have two questions. The blue sheets that you refer to, which is kind of how we allocate that, who follows up on that to make sure those are we relying solely on site staff, or is there other staff that follow up on those blue sheets to make sure they're appropriate and accurate?
To make sure the schools are staffing according to the blue sheets?
Just to make sure the blue sheets reflect the needs of that school. Is there a second set of eyes on that, or is it just left to the principals?
No, ma'am, we create the blue sheets at the district.
From what they have staffed? Did they have
Yes.
input on how that, if that changes?
Yes, well, they have input. So what happens is the blue sheets are sent out to the principals.
Right.
And then the principals review them. If they have discrepancies or would like to discuss the blue sheet, they talk with their regional. And then that comes back to us at the district, to staffing, and then to the same group that does the appeals. And then we have that discussion with the principals.
But this becomes a conversation as well, and I think, Ms. Miller, to add to that, the regionals are also being empowered and required to review the master schedule and the staffing allocation as well with their building principals, because scheduling alone can create the need for additional positions that may or may not be justified. For example, a block schedule is far more expensive to support and sustain than a traditional 6 or 7 period day schedule. It's just a reality of the efficiency and how it works and the amount of staff that you require to support those students throughout the day. So from that perspective, I know Mr. Green has had long conversations with the regionals about how to vet and review the master schedule to ensure that it's really appropriate. How do we maximize our efficiencies, trying to get average classroom sizes to be as close as possible to the threshold, without diminishing our ability to deliver instruction or to have beneficial outcomes. But at this point, again, and this is important to point out because the reorg allows and provides the flexibility for the regionals to function in that capacity, whereas now they're more often than not in firefighter mode dealing with issues that now the executive director would be taking over and addressing when it comes to constituent concerns, HR issues, and our operational issues. So that regional structure is in place to ensure that, and then they're also advocating for their principals. They're not there to advocate for the district. They're there to sit down. I think this is where you were going with your question. If it's truly justifiable, and the best example I can come up with that historically our district has dealt with is really how our academies function. One of the reasons why more academies do not make it to the model classification, the highest level of certification, is because they can't cohort schedule. The reason they can't cohort schedule is they don't have the number of sections they need to be able to do that adequately. So the regional then can work with that principal to advocate to say, in order for me to make that transition, I'm going to need 3 extra sections or 2 extra sections, or meaning staff, in order to satisfy that need. So that's part of this process as well, is advocating to ensure that schools have the resources, primarily the staff, that they need to fully function and support our students.
Yeah, I think that's where I was going with that. Sometimes, on both sides, sometimes the principals need support with that, and other sides, I think there's still a training or opportunity for principals to learn from the regionals on how to best schedule to meet the needs. And then when you talk about students with supports, and there's federal requirements, and unfortunately, we have principals who aren't, they can't, I guess it's hard to learn the entire book, but we have a lot of principals with well-intention who don't understand that there are federal requirements for some of these students and the needs. And that comes to my second question with the ESC allocations. The staffing plan will say this many kids gets this many whatever. But depending on what the students look like coming into that classroom, it can be very different.
Correct.
So how is that handled?
Before the allocations are given out, we do meet with the ESC area managers. We look at we get our initial allocation number out of focus, then we prepare the sheets. Then we meet with each area manager separately. As the enrollment changes at the school, the area manager can then update staffing to let them know, you know, we have additional students, or the needs of this student have changed. We need to change this position to meet these needs. We also, I left out that we do meet with the regionals, the ESOL department, ESE, and all our different groups before the sheets are ever sent out to the principals, because we do need the input. We can set the basic allocation, but as you said, we need to know the individual need.
So what's the time frame, just for further reference? And I know we're working on this process, but if I go to a school and they have 13 in a self-contained unit and desperately in need of support, and they're telling me they've asked for support, they've been asking for support, what is the time frame usually to help change that staffing plan or add additional staffing? Is that just depending on time of year? It seems like the principals are frustrated sometimes with trying to get supports. And I know we can move people around and we can borrow people, but to add to a staffing plan, does that take a certain amount of time, or it all depends on the data that comes in?
It does, but ESC is a little bit different because there are federal requirements involved. In general, the next change to the allocations will be at the 8th day count. But as I said, ESC is different. So that's something that they would need to let their area manager know, their regional know, let me know, and then we'll make sure that we take a look at that.
Thank you.
And I think you raise an interesting point, and I think it's worth clarifying too. There are a lot of times that after the 8-day count, where a classroom size may reach a certain threshold, where we ordinarily would have triggered a separation or a split in that classroom, it may be more conducive to the entirety of the class to just put a co-teacher in the classroom. Because here's, and I'm just going to speak candidly, here's what happens, because this is, the conversations and the concerns come to me. We decide we exceeded the threshold for the size of a classroom, and so now we've got to split a class. The problem is, it's December. And so half the class gets to stay with the teacher that they knew all along. The other half of the class goes and gets assigned to the new teacher. The number one complaint I can tell you that I hear is, well, why did you pick my kid? Why can't my kid stay with Mr. Hyde? Why does my kid have to be reassigned to the other teacher? And we explain, well, it was a lottery. We just randomly drew kids. Well, can you move somebody else back and let my child stay? So in that instance, and I think, Ms. Miller, this is a really good example that speaks to your point. In that classroom, it may be more conducive to us to trigger the additional position and allocate it to that classroom without having to split. It doesn't create a facilities issue, it doesn't create an equity issue, doesn't create a hardship issue with families and student relationships, but it still serves the need. To your question about timeliness, we do need to be more timely in how we identify those classrooms, and I think the team does a great job at 8-day count. It's what happens subsequently after that, and concerning the growth that's occurring in Polk County, we're trying to be as responsive as possible to those circumstances in real time. But some of these positions are getting incredibly hard to find with the right certifications, and that's where Mr. Warren has the unenviable task of filling every seat with a highly qualified teacher. Not an easy task anymore in today's climate. Dr. Allen?
Yeah, and I think this is bringing some really interesting questions. I do have some prepared questions too on the comparison models towards the end. But how many of our school sites, when we get to that 8-day count, and then spatially within the county, how many are we having to adjust as far as the allocation? Because it does bring like a sense of disruption to the preparation, preparedness, the team dynamics and all those things as far as the ecosystem of the school and the leadership of the principal. Now we're bringing in more, staff allocation in the midst of that change and preparation, simulating them into that school system and so forth. How many do you think? And where's the hardest area around the county that we're really seeing where we're having to make those allocation changes?
Well, elementary is the most difficult, hands down. High school becomes difficult because, again, there are specific issues programmatically that become problematic, but as a whole, elementary school is the most difficult. But I will give Ms. Jenkins, while they look up some numbers here, if they have any, and her team a lot of credit, because what they do is we don't just wait for 8-day count. They've already sent out notifications to schools saying, we're projecting your enrollment at XYZ. You're either going to gain a unit or you're going to lose units. And then that's when we start to hear the petitions coming in. And there are positions that we historically have granted to schools as we launched new academies and new programs. They're called attractor units. The problem was, at some point, the expectation was that that program would become self-sustaining because they're generating additional FTE. In some instances, that's simply not been the case. It's time to pull the attractor units back or to reimagine that school or that need for that program. It's a difficult conversation to have, but it's a reality because in some of our schools, we're overstaffing. And so we're creating a void elsewhere because we've overstaffed here. So much to their credit, they take into consideration, and it's not a simple process. It's not just as simple as counting the number of students. It is about the programs that they have to support and where our commitments lie, but they've already notified schools. And so to your point, we're already reassigning teachers now to other sites to anticipate those issues so that we don't create unnecessary vacancies after 8 days, because again, that's a crucial period where kids are establishing a rapport and a relationship with their classroom teachers. So they've already done a lot of the hard work. We will continue to monitor throughout the summer. I can assure you that as a school district, if a principal saw an increase, and it does happen, it absolutely happens here just as it happens everywhere, where their enrollment is spiking, we're not waiting to 8-day count to give them those positions. I can assure you that. We're triggering those based off the trajectory of the school that we're seeing, and then we'll give them a percentage of those positions, and then we'll finalize it after 8-day count. But it is a progression. Now, what we don't do at the same time that we do wait for 8-day count is we don't take away staff elsewhere, because we want to make sure, I mean, we're really, I hate using this phrase, but it's just how every school district works. 8-day count, we count butts in seats. How many kids actually showed up or in the classroom? Because a lot of times you'll see a roster of, why do I have 26 kids scheduled for my class? And then after 8-day count, they're at 22. Because kids move around and families move around. So they do an incredible job trying to anticipate a lot of those changes and needs. And then we trigger, based off additional new enrollment or mobility across the district, depending on our programs, they move them after 8-day count as well. And so I didn't know, Ms. Jenkins, if you had a number that we've had to move around. So
When we prepare the allocations, we do use a 5-year history, and then we also, again, meet with the regionals who then meet with the principals to see what changes they're noticing. But I'm going to ask, this is Mike Bellows, and I'm going to ask him to speak to that.
Yeah, so we don't really have a number of, how many teachers or how many schools actually need changed. It varies, and, sometimes we do get the allocations correct, sometimes we are a little off, so that's why we have the 8-day count in the appeal process. So, if we give a projection to a school and they say, look, I'm going to come in higher than that, we consider it, but it's kind of hard to justify how many you think you're going to have. That's why, like she said, we use the 5-year trend and try to project what their enrollment is going to be. So, yeah, through our appeal process, if they do come in or say, look, you projected me at this, but I'm currently sitting at 100 more students, that's when our appeal process comes in. So they say, I've got 100 more students, I need this extra unit. So we go in, we pull their enrollment, we look at how much they've increased or what they're sitting at, as long as they can confirm that they've got their enrollment that high at 10 consecutive days is what the staffing model shows. Then we can go in and we can make that adjustment. We'll submit it to the appeals team. The appeals team will get all the information, the data, the enrollment, what that would be on the staffing model, and then they'll make their appeals decision.
Ms. Fortney?
Just
and then Ms. White.
From my years at schools, I noticed a pattern, and I'm hoping we're deviating from that. That count would, let's say a school counselor was no longer justified, and then we get the 100 kids back or whatever, and now we don't have a school counselor for that position that had one prior. Now we're searching for something that we can't hire, or even like a para-specific for a kid that still is going to be at that school year after year, and then these principals have to appeal for those to come back. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Let me jump in on the para-specific. Student-specific paras in collective bargaining follow the kid. So they would be reappointed, they would be scheduled to return to that school. Furthermore, even when the student changes levels, elementary to middle, middle to high, the para then follows still along with that child. So I think that addresses that question. And then with specificity to, guidance or other positions, in previous or historic
school staffing models, there have been thresholds relative to specific student enrollments where you would earn specific positions, you know.
Right.
We talk about this, a core staffing or a shell staffing for elementary, middle, and high schools. And with increased student population, you would earn various pieces. So we try to be conservative, and we try to be mindful with the spreadsheets and the projections of when you add those and when you take those away. But you are correct, those have been there historically.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
Mr. Pitts has something to say, I think.
I just want to make this make this comment publicly here. We do not have enough funds to staff schools how they need to be staffed. As long as I've been involved with the school district, we have staffed our schools more than what the funding has allowed. Our district staffing plan, we're the second lowest in the state as far as administrative costs. We've been that way for about 10 years. And if we staff one teacher at every school more than what we're really allocated, that's about $9 million. So that's, you know, the bulk of our budget is here in the school staffing plan. I think Polk offers a world-class education system on a Polk County budget. But when we get up and talk about staffing, I don't want to ever minimize what the needs are at the schools, but unfortunately our funding just doesn't allow us to staff what we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Pitts.
Reality.
That's the truth.
Yep, that's reality.
It
Thank
is.
you.
And to add to what Mr. Warren and Mr. Pitts said, when we do our allocations, they're done in a way that it takes a significant number to pull a guidance counselor out of the school. So it wouldn't be you lose 2 students, you lose a guidance counselor. There is consideration in that process. So back to our budget examples. We've included a site-based budget just so that you can see what it looks like. And very simply, the first column is your district recommendation based on your FTE. The second column is where the principal can place their school decision. So as you see in this example, they've been given 48 basic teachers in kindergarten through 3rd. They believe they only need 46, so they're putting in their request for those 46 positions. That would be reviewed by the district. However, in 4th through 5th, they need those 2 additional teachers. So maybe they've lost some K through 3 students, however, they've gained 4th through 5th, and they want to make that adjustment. It's similar as you follow down, but you'll also see that their operation budget is included, and it's in the bottom line. It's the bottom section under total salary. So they can use a portion of that operating budget, and in this example, they have chosen not to. And then the very bottom line in green is the contingency. In this example, the district did not recommend what the school should retain, but they've chosen to keep back $110,797 in case of fluctuation in FTE. And then the final model is the hybrid-based model. It's an example of both. In this example, the principal does have control over the positions. However, the district still maintains and manages the operating budget. Next slide, we've put together a district comparison. So it shows you that elementary, middle, and high, we've looked at Polk, Palm Beach, Duval, Orange, and Miami-Dade. Out of these examples, Orange and Miami-Dade use the site-based budget model. In all examples, Orange has the richest plan. So what we've done is we've used our equivalency salary, our average salaries, and plugged them into the models for each of these districts and shown you what the cost would be with our salaries in their models. So their cost is actually quite different based on how their district is funded and what their salaries are. So you all have an attachment, and we've also given you a handout. It was a little large to put in the PowerPoint, but if you want to look, this has 3 sheets, and it's elementary, middle, and high. and it breaks it down by administration, instructional support, and instruction. So you can see exactly how we compare, and they're a little different. So Orange has the highest, the richest administration plan. For instructional support, Polk is, our plan has the most positions allocated for elementary, and then for instruction as a whole, Orange is next. They have the richest plan, and then Polk runs a close second. And it's, you can take a detailed look for middle and also for high. And then the final thing I'd like to point out to you guys, which goes along with what Mr. Pitts said, this slide comes directly from the FEFP. So our funding, this is from the conference report, and it shows you the number of unweighted FTE students that each of these districts we've compared has. So Miami-Dade has over 350,000, Duval 134, Orange 214, Palm Beach 194,000, and Polk 116,000. It also shows their total funding and ours, as you can see. For their FEFP funding, Dade is almost $3 billion. Duval, Orange, and Palm Beach are all over $1 billion. Orange and Palm Beach are at about $1.5 billion. And then Polk is a little under at $918 million. And then the final column is very, very interesting. So this is the K-12 total funds per unweighted FTE. So this is your base student funding by district. So Miami-Dade gets $8,236 per student. Duval gets $8,020. Orange gets $8,116. Palm Beach gets $8,635. And Polk gets $7,907. So one of the reasons that these districts are able to staff a little higher than Polk is because they receive more dollars per student. As Jason said, we're about 6th or 7th in funding, and the 6th or 7th largest, well, I'm sorry, we're about 64th in funding, and we're the 6th or 7th largest district in the state. So it's a challenge. Also, Orange has an additional millage. Duval is going out for an additional millage. I believe Miami-Dade has one, and also Palm Beach. So our funding plays a large part and role in our staffing plan. That's all for schools for now.
Thank you. Mr. Pitts, do you want to go through the staffing changes or recommendations from the board, or any questions from the board so far on the staffing allocation? Dr. Allen.
Yeah, so just going back to the site-based budgets, is there a place for our community to actually go look at individual schools and actually see the site-based budget?
Actually, there is. The School Advisory Committee affords that option to all of our parents, and it's really one of the more interesting opportunities that SAC has, because they also get to have some input as to how some of those additional dollars can be spent towards students. School improvement, letter grade money historically has been a great opportunity, SAI, dollars, supplemental academic instruction dollars, those types of things create an opportunity within every SAC structure to not only see comprehensively how the school is funded, but what additional resources are available, and then to have an opportunity to provide input as to what types of strategies they'd like to see the school implement to address student needs. So I would encourage anyone out there who wants to be involved in how schools are funded and to see how it directly impacts the classroom level to participate in SAC.
Nice. And would you say the selection of these particular districts, do you see them as peers, or do you see them as, like, we're aspiring towards? You gave the context a little bit on that. And I think looking at the individual breakdown of the comparisons, I did find it interesting that out of all the comparisons, majority of their admins were at a 12-month contract. So I'm going to maybe speak to that. The other thing I thought was intriguing was the instructional side. We were very high on teacher non-core, whereas the other ones had very little or next to zero on that. Maybe speak to those couple thoughts.
When Mr. Bellows built these comparisons, if you look at the detailed plan, there's a big difference in how we name our positions versus how other districts name theirs. And also for Orange and Miami-Dade, they allocate at a 12-month, but then those principals are able to cash those positions in for a 10 or 11-month for savings. So these are the broadest categories in order to make the most alignment to show you a comparison.
To provide some level of comparison. And to your question about do we see them as peers, again, I asked for us to compare to all 6 because we're 7th largest. I don't believe it's appropriate to try and compare ourselves elsewhere. I mean, let's look at how large districts are attempting to address the needs of their students. The problem that the team has run into, that I ran into as well, the staffing allocation plans are not easily accessible anymore. You used to be able to Google search those and you'd find them instantaneously. Most of this is information that we had to reach out personally to try and get because it's not necessarily directly published any longer. And that could be for a number of reasons. Again, COVID, recession, all kinds of factors come into play. What we were really looking for is an opportunity to reflect on our current staffing allocation, compare it to others. How do we ensure that what we're spending our money on has a direct correlation and impact on the classroom and student outcomes? And part of that is how do we adequately ensure that we have a staffing model that where in instances where, and Polk's a great example of that, where we may not have been able to provide competitive salaries, but salary alone is not one of the top 3 indicators for job satisfaction. However, workload is. And so if we're able to address these issues simultaneously where we can show incremental raises over time, at the same time that we bring additional staff to lower the threshold or the burden on our current staff, and I keep going back to counselors, we are nowhere even close to the national recommendation of counselors to student ratio. We're not even in the ballpark. And as we look around and we see the needs of our students increasing, that's an important conversation for us to have. And this becomes a conversation that as a school district, regardless of our FTE allocation, I personally believe that we need to be reflective and say, if our values are here, and this is why we're going through strategic planning and looking at portrait of a graduate, and why we're looking at allocation models. If our commitment is, as a school district, we believe that it's in the best interest of our students, and I'll just keep using counselors as an example, that we want to have a student-to-counselor ratio of 1 to 300, which still isn't the national recommendation, then that's something for us to strive towards. And if FTE is the limiting factor, then we need to go back internally and say, where are we spending our money so that if this is our priority, what are we willing to let go of to ensure that we can backfill and fulfill that obligation and that priority? And that's the task I've given to the team. And you heard Mr. Pitts say, and there, at some point there's an acknowledgement, there's only so much money in the bank. And, you know, for us in particular, we're going to need to look at options, including what are we currently spending our money on? What do we value? How do we prioritize those? And then what other revenue options are out there for us to explore? Grant writing and competitive opportunities, being more innovative in our hiring practices. You know, right now we largely rely upon a full-time employee. Are there options for us to be more flexible to fill some of our vacancies if we could hire a 0.5 employee? Creating an opportunity like I shared where principals could have a little bit more flexibility in their budget and their allocation model, again, within operating parameters. So, and I hate to keep using the example that I gave you about I could get 10 sections taught versus hiring 1 teacher that would give me 5 sections. And you have to be careful there. You don't want to burn out your staff. You don't want to create other hardships. But it's something that all of us are receptive to, and we already have policies in place to allow that. So how do we get more innovative and creative in our schedules, in our approach to staffing, in ensuring that if positions have been granted in the past and the expectation was a program had to grow in order to justify that program, and then we have programs that receive nothing. So we gave programs, I'll go back to Cambridge. Cambridge received no additional allocations, but other schools got these accelerator or the attractor units. So how do we create equity? How do we have an elementary school that has 800 plus students enrolled, but they don't get the same support staff, deans, secretarial staff, custodial staff, as a middle school that's the same exact size? There's still 800 kids in that building. So how do we create equity there so that we're ensuring that schools have the resources they need to directly impact student outcomes? So that's really where we're starting from. And I think that's important to be reflective and say, and acknowledge publicly where we know we may not have those dollars, and then what solutions can we create and opportunities can we create to be more competitive in that regard, so to help address those deficiencies. But again, the goal is to ask you to give me input. Where are our priorities? And I can absolutely provide those. I mean, clearly you've heard me say guidance counselors, guidance counselors, guidance counselors, but there are more opportunities there. Interventionist teachers for remediation, coaches, fully released coaches, but I don't want to keep pulling people out of the classroom who are our best teachers to become coaches who may or may not have a direct impact on student outcome and learning. So it's the war. It's this Cold War that we're in right now with staffing, but we want to make sure we're prioritizing certain areas moving forward. And I think that's our obligation as a board and as a superintendent. That's where my commitments are. So, Ms. Fortney.
That is like music to my ears, honest to God, it is. And I did notice something, Jason, you sent, 9 more social workers.
Yes, that was an addition to the district staffing plan based on some additional funds we received from
Very
the
good.
behavioral and mental health allocation.
Still, yes, thank you.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And I have a few questions. So for the current staffing model, you mentioned that we use the current enrollment numbers compared to a 5-year enrollment history. How do we compare it, and is there a formula that predicts the number? I've just had several schools in the past that, I've had 1,000 students for the past 3 years, but there's still, my blue sheet says I'm only gonna have 950, that we know we're increasing. There's 16,000 more students since when I started on the board 6 years ago. So how does that come about? Is it a formula? Where does that come from?
So it's not so much a formula. When we look at the blue sheets and try to determine PTM, we use the 5-year trends from the 60-day enrollment count. So every year we record what their enrollment is at every school at 60 days, and then we put that into an Excel spreadsheet, and it kind of tracks the day we update it at each year. And then from there, we look at essentially going from kindergarten, first grade to second grade to third, how many you've potentially lost or gained, and we do our best to, not formula-driven, but by hand, each school, each grade, determine what an appropriate adjustment might potentially be to the PTM that way. We also pull the enrollment for each particular school when we're building the blue sheets, the PTMs, which is towards the end of the year, to try and better get an idea of where they might be sitting at, where they came from the beginning of the year to where they're at now, and then just trying to look at the trends more than looking at formulas.
Okay. I guess my question then would be, how can it end up that a school's they've hit that 1,020, 1,050 students 3 years in a row, but they're being estimated to have 900 or 950 moving forward?
Your guess is as good as mine. However, there are certain factors considered if we're talking about elementary schools. We don't consider pre-K numbers in the enrollment, so that might be a factor. If a school, we get it all the time, and we kind of have to remind them, they say that their enrollment's at 800 in an elementary school, so they're wanting another unit. But we don't consider pre-K numbers when we're looking at certain units. So if a school has, 30, 40 pre-K students, then we're going to essentially take that number from your 800 and you're back down to, 760, 740. So elementary school, is that specifically how it could happen? As far as high school and middle school, I'm not sure why it would be consistently lower than what they currently have.
Okay. That's something I'd like us to look into, because middle and high school is where I get calls about it and questions about it.
If you have specific schools that are examples, I'd really like to take a look at them.
Yeah, and one of the things to point out that the team did, so when I transitioned in, initially we identified a number of schools that had seen significant declines in their enrollment, but considering we were coming out of COVID and we knew students would gradually begin returning, we maintained those positions. Now, some have been justified, and we've seen the growth return, but at others, we will be going back after those positions this year because those positions can be reallocated elsewhere. Again, no one's losing their job. Those positions are being reassigned to schools that have seen increased enrollment versus a school that's seeing declining enrollment, and that's important to note because we held everyone harmless last summer.
Okay, I have a few more.
Yes, ma'am.
So is your recommendation for us to maintain the current school staffing model?
No.
Or go, which one is your recommendation?
Right now, the recommendation would be to go with oranges, something similar to that, which would allow us to increase the ratio of our allocation for, especially for support positions, for counselors, for social workers, for psychologists, for secretarial staff. The best example I can provide you is that a middle school or a high school, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, or the team, that a middle school or a high school has a bookkeeper, a registrar, and a front office secretary. Elementary schools, the principal secretary is largely the registrar, the bookkeeper, and the front office secretary. And so there are opportunities there for us to address that. Now, and I don't want to diminish secretarial services because they actually are a big part of how we do our business, but we do need to prioritize our classroom positions and/or those support positions. I think that's really instrumental. But so we're looking at a comprehensive review, and then we would prioritize certain positions to begin to gradually implement them. So the task I would have with Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins and the team would be to go back within the budget, prioritize positions that we would begin incrementally adding over the next 3 to 5 years, and throughout that process, be able to continue to show the board how we're offsetting those additions. I think that's important. We don't want to go into debt, and we're going to maintain an honorable and respectful reserve balance. But I think it's important for us to go back within the budget and find the means. And if we don't have the means, come up with other solutions and recommendations that we may have to look at that would allow us to staff our schools more adequately.
Thank you. So, and can you remind me which one orange is? Are they the site-based or the hybrid?
So I'd have
No.
to.
Site-based.
Site-based, okay, thank you. And then, so for, what are you looking for something from us today on this direction?
So two things. Mr. Pitts provided you with the recommendations for other salary revisions, looking for feedback on that. And then I'm looking for your feedback to move forward and be able to begin adjusting our staffing allocation model, developing a multi-year implementation plan with the understanding that it has to be cost neutral and/or I can justify where additional revenue would come from.
Okay, so when will we see the staffing plan?
I could bring that to you as early as end of May.
Okay, my concern is that if we don't see it until our June meeting, and then we have to wait to vote on it, that we'll
Correct.
be voting on it 2 weeks before school starts, which is
Yes, ma'am.
not fair to any of our schools. Is there an opportunity for us to, I know we had talked last time about having a work session specifically on staffing plan.
There are enough important topics before us right now that I would recommend a meeting in May, an additional meeting in May, if at all possible. And I know timeliness is essential, but there were a lot of timeline issues because of other topics and things that have come before us. And I needed the team to have adequate time. This is new for us. We've never reviewed it this way comprehensively. And so there were a lot of iterations of this presentation that went back and forth because I wanted to bring it to you in the most concise way and be able to explain it. So I think the team did a good job. But I would like to ask that if we could add a meeting in May, a workshop and then a quick meeting to immediately follow. That would be the preference. Potentially, one of the dates I know that I've talked about with Ms. Winchester, was the day following Memorial Day, if at all possible.
31st.
So,
Okay. How does everybody's calendars look on the 31st?
and I know I saw
Alan's
questions
good.
still from Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Fields.
That would,
But that's okay.
okay. I would feel a lot better if we could listen to it. And it's, Ms. Cunningham, are you okay if we were to have it and it's recorded so you could go back and listen to the presentation before we vote in June? But that way we can get it approved by mid-June. What time?
I would ask for either an early, depending on what works best for the board, either a 9 a.m., 2-hour workshop, and then a board meeting immediately to follow, so we could conclude by noon, or because we would limit the topics, I would not add anything else outside of this and one other topic for McLaughlin. And then, or we could do a noon to 4, noon to 2, with the board meeting to immediately follow. I know that Dr. Allen and Mr. Wilson have expressed, as has Ms. Fields, has expressed that mornings seem to work better for them in their schedules. And Ms. Cunningham, I don't know how busy, if you're going into the busy season right now or not.
No, I'm just wondering if it could be on a different day than right after Memorial Day. Others may be taking off, I don't know. Is there a possibility for a different date, or do you need that time to be able to get it done? If you do, it's fine. I can see the recording as she indicated, but if possible, it'd be nice to be here.
The 27th or the 31st would be the most,
27th is perfect for me. Yes.
that's the last day of school for students.
Correct. And we've got graduations, I think, will all be completed, at least
Yes,
on
ma'am.
my calendar.
So
by
I
the
would ask,
27th.
if we do the 27th, if we could do a morning.
Sure.
Have to be a morning.
Be great.
Can't do afternoon.
Seems like there's consensus for morning. Dr. Allen?
Morning's great. 27th, I would not be available. I could do the 31st.
Oh, you can't do the 27th?
No, I can't, sorry.
Y'all going away?
Can we maybe have a show of hands on who can do the 27th and who can do the 31st?
Madam Chair?
Sure, so I can do the 27th. I'll have to move some things, but I can make it work for either date.
If we could do a show of
A show of
hands for
hands.
those who are available on the 27th,
I'd make myself available.
morning.
Yes.
Dr. Allen, there's no way you could make the 27th work?
Already committed, sorry.
All right, 31st? You can make it work?
It's the same.
It's okay.
All right, I'll throw out one more date. How about the 1st? June 1st. That's a Wednesday.
Has to be morning. How about the 26th? Backing it up a day. Thursday, the 26th?
I
You do that?
can't do the 26th.
So we leave on the 26th, come back on the 30th.
Okay, so
I
you're
can do the
complete.
31st.
It's
I mean, I
fine.
can do the 1st, June the 1st.
Just leave it. It's okay.
You can, if you-
Ms. Wyatt, I could poll the board
Okay,
with,
between
through
meetings.
Ms. Vega and Ms. Winchester. And then whatever we see the majority consensus going around, we'll accommodate. Dr. Allen, if it falls, or any board member falls on a day where you can't be available, obviously there's an opportunity for you to provide any commentary or written statements leading up to the meeting, or at the meeting we could share publicly on your behalf, so. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of conversation between I and members of the board leading up to a meeting. Mr. Bridges, I see you reaching for your
I
microphone.
was just going to ask that whenever that decision is made, if someone would please let me know the final date and time so we can do public notice.
Absolutely, sir. Ms. Fortney?
I just had a quick question. Why don't we count pre-K kids in elementary school?
So the only position that we do count, again, based on our staffing plan, are secretarial positions, the 10-month secretary position, when we're looking at increases in enrollment throughout the year.
So what's the purpose of not counting pre-K kids? I'm missing the boat. Is that a federal or state or?
Partially
The
because.
kids are still there, right?
For some it's a half-day program, some it's a full-day program, some are driven specifically. There are so many different VPK programs that I think at times it becomes difficult to assume. Now, I will tell you, there's a huge demand right now because I'm being inundated with emails asking for more VPK slots, and that's something we're exploring, but right now, I think part of it's the inconsistency in how we're being funded and/or the attendance as well.
Curious. I was just curious.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Cunningham, sorry.
Thank you. Going back to the last slide, titled District Funding and FTE 2022-2023 FEFP Conference Calculation.
Yes, ma'am.
That you did there at the end before we got kind of off track. With Polk being at 790788 is our unweighted funding, and looking at Ms. Dodge's upcoming report, it appears that we've gone up $352.88. We're still low, but we did at least increase. And my question is this a legislative delegation issue because of the way they voted to allocate funding to Polk? It used to be in the past. That's why I'm asking, because I'm not certain. Why are we so far below the others?
Part of this is going to be my personal opinion.
That's great. That's what
Okay.
I'm looking for.
When the FEFP was designed back in 1973,
Yes.
there was only about $600 or $700 between the different districts.
Yes.
You know, it was designed to kind of equalize in a way.
Yes.
But also give districts that have their type of demands
Sure.
some extra funds.
Sure.
Right now, there's a $3,000 difference between the lowest funded district and the highest funded district.
Okay.
Part of that is the DCD, the
Sure.
district cost differential
Sure.
for the
Is
first
ours
time.
going down
We went up
again?
a tiny bit for the
Oh, we
first
went
time.
up.
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
Tiny.
But there's other factors inside that FEFP. And Ms. Dodge can correct me here, but 3 or 4 years ago, there was there was supposed to be a study
Yeah.
done to reevaluate that FEFP
Yes.
funding formula, and I do not believe that has been done by our legislature yet.
Okay. So maybe that's something we need to encourage, because I know at one time when J.D. Alexander was sitting in the appropriations chair seat, he was able to get that DCD up for Polk County for a number of years, and we actually had, it wasn't 100%, obviously, but it was 0.9, whatever it was, 7887, it was way up there. And again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it just seems like we keep going down and down. We're going up incrementally, but I think based on the formula, we're going down as a district, because we shouldn't be this far behind those other districts that you've indicated on this. So that's what it kind of raised a flag, and I thought, what's going on? Is our delegation not fighting for us, for those numbers, to continue to at least maintain or go up? Is our DCD continually decreasing is really the question.
It had been continually decreasing, and it's based on a 3-year average, and sort
Yes.
of once you're headed in a direction, it's
You're
hard to
going.
change
Okay.
directions.
Okay, you answered.
On the DCD.
Okay.
But I will send all the board members later today a spreadsheet I put together that looks at the FEFP funding back to the year 2000. Back in the year 2000, we were in the mid-40s as far as funding comparisons between the 67, and
Sure.
we've just.
Sure.
And it's also important to note, this is based off current funding allocations, not the proposed funding, because the budget has not been finalized yet.
Okay.
And so we can absolutely update this if the governor signs off on the budget and reflect new numbers, but it was intended to show where we're at currently.
Sure.
And how we compare to others. And I think an important part that Mr. Pitts pointed out, as uncomfortable as is, several of these counties have passed millage rate increases
Yes.
as well to offset their costs.
Yes. And we've talked about that in the past.
And
so-
we will see Duval's going to go out very soon. I know several other districts will be going out for a millage rate
Sure.
increase as well. So it's just a topic of conversation in the near future, potentially.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Miller?
I would like for you to have that conversation with our delegation, with Wendy, about this is where we are. This is where we are in funding. These are all our students and all of our schools. Is there an initiative for them, which I think there would be? We have watched it over the years, and Ms. Cunningham was exactly right. But if not, if they think it's not going to happen, then that's what we need to do. The millage rate will be next. I mean, not that we're going to put it on them, but I think they need to have input. These are their schools as well.
Well, and I want to be a little cautious here, too. I think we have an obligation to show that we're being efficient and that we're being effective with our current allocations. And so I believe you always start there. And before you ever go out and ask somebody for more, you have an obligation to show that we're maximizing our efficiencies. The efficiency audit we've talked about that will be launching soon. I mean, all of these things build towards how do we provide a high level of assurance to our local taxpayers that we're maximizing our potential. And I think, again, that's where our obligation begins before we ever hold our hand out and ask for anything else. So, and as we've shown, I think we've shown through this budgeting process, 2 contracts alone have returned a significant portion of money back to the budget. And that's really interesting. And how many we've talked about this, how many other contracts are out there that might be duplicative, that might be, and I know we're going to have a conversation tonight about contracted services. And the fact that you get such a huge upcharge, if you were to hire employees versus contracting, there's about a 35 or 45% upcharge with contracted service. But that's the situation we find ourselves in for difficult or hard to hire positions where the number of people across the state with the appropriate certification are almost non-existent. But I know we'll talk about that later tonight. So I would like to start from the position of proving that we're efficient, we're effective, and in areas where we're not, what are we going to do to change that before we start seeking other options? So, Ms. Miller and then Ms. Fields.
Just on that, because we've talked about that for a long time, and I know I've said publicly I would not support the millage if we haven't done an efficiency review. I would encourage you, and I know you're going to explain more about it when it comes up, but I think we need to look outside of our district for that review.
We are.
And previous Dr. Stewart that was here went on to work for Pinellas County and was successful with something similar. So I would like to see, when it's available, our plans for that. I think it's definitely going to be somebody from outside of our district, but needs to be familiar with the educational process to do the efficiency review for our staff and our operations.
Ms. Fields?
Want to make sure that it's understood that those contracts that we had were not continued because we were able to excel academically and remove ourselves from the status. I want to make sure that that's understood. At the
Yes,
time,
ma'am.
those contracts were needed.
Very good point. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, everyone. Madam Chair, would you like to take a short recess?
Let's do, can we do aerospace real quick?
Absolutely.
He's here and then do the recess. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The attendance,
It's part of the
presentation that was in that
But it's
agenda
important, I
item.
think, we get it out there.
Did we
Oh.
overlook that?
It was a supplement, it wasn't.
It's just a
that was,
supplement.
Dr. Green's.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
There was just conversation about
Yes,
the
ma'am.
attendance.
Just want to make sure.
That was just a supplemental document.
So I'll ask Mr. Warren and others to please come forward for CFAA conversation. So as you know, we have had conversations about the possibility of expanding programs, high interest, high need programs, especially those that, based off their current location, become incredibly difficult for students to access. CFAA has been an example that I've held up multiple times. Upon my arrival, and I had great opportunities to go out and see the new facility that was opened adjacent to CFAA, got to meet many of the partners, and they started to express an interest in expansion. Auburndale and Winter Haven High Schools both have strong, developing, emerging programs and interest in aviation. And so that furthered a conversation there to start talking about what's the possibilities, what's the potential to expand CFAA campus more, east, or create a CFAA academy linked to Winter Haven High School because it would be the school of proximity. We started to explore those opportunities. Initially, especially when it comes to space or facilities, that's a primary concern. At this time, I believe we've resolved that. There's an opportunity to place 4 portables on that field, and then there will be access to a hangar location as well for students to get the same experiences. I know that in conversations with a few of the board members, there were a lot of concerns primarily about what does this do potentially, could it erode the program at Kathleen? There are less than 20 students enrolled at CFAA from these schools that would feed. So there is no detrimental impact. Those students obviously would continue through their program at their current location, but new students would have an opportunity to move closer. And I think we would see additional students coming in from, I'll use McLaughlin as a good example. McLaughlin could become a feeder into this program. Auburndale High School feeder into this program. Winter Haven feeder program. Frostproof now becomes a true viable option for students because we've reduced the travel distances. Same thing for Ridge and Haines City. Not ideal for all of them, but far better than where they're at now as far as their options. And so I'll pull those numbers up, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to the team, let them share a little bit of the conversation about where we're at, or where we started, where we're at now, and the concepts before you, but then I'll share the enrollment numbers with you, because again, I want to provide an assurance that we're not going to create a program or duplicate a program that's going to erode the base of a current program and adversely impact it at all. That's not our interest, but our interest is increasing and regionalizing high interest, high yield, high demand programs, and by virtue of that, eliminating the distances that serve more often than not as a true barrier to student participation. So gentlemen, please.
So a pleasure to be here. This is Alex Faccia. He is the director of the Winter Haven Airport for the city of Winter Haven. We have been very, very blessed to have a great partnership with the city. I think you've seen that previously today with the Denison Stadium project. But working on this for the past, about year and a half, we've really come a long way with it. The need came from meeting with Gina Williams, the principal at Winter Haven High School, along with Brian Hughes, the instructor for the program at Winter Haven. to really find a place for the students who are moving into level 3 and 4 to be able to work at the airport, right next, I would say, 200 yards from where they have their flying club. So there is a hangar out there, there's a private flying club that all of our students go out and build aircraft, very, very similar to what happens at CFA in Lakeland, to have that synergy so we can have students out on the airport to really understand the full impact of the industry itself. So the discussion began on, could we find a space at the airport? Our discussion started with Alex and T. Michael Stavers, the deputy superintendent. So we've worked through a lot of things. There have been a lot of partners on the outside, from the Aerospace Club, the AOPA, which is the, Alex will have to help me with this, the Airline Pilots Association.
Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association.
There we go, what Alex said, yeah. But they have the curriculum for that. So Jamie Beckett has been a big part of that. A few other folks with the consortium, CFA consortium, with Eric from Polk State College. So we've worked our way up to that. So we found a space on the airport that we could put some classrooms. Working with Angela and her team to find out some portables we can move from maybe another high school that needed to be moved for the new high school that they created. So there were some visions of how do we bust the students out there? What do we do if there are inclement weather that arises? Where can we move our students to? So we have thought through all of those different types of things. There have been meetings with Gina and her team on what do we do for food service, transportation, those types of services that the students would need out at the airport. So working with Alex and his team, the big thing was the space. Where's the space? What's the infrastructure look like? Can we get water, sewage? Can we get power there? So we've also worked with TECO quite a bit to move some power a little bit closer. But I really like for Alex to kind of talk about the idea, not of just the academy itself being there, but the overall, how this fits into the overall projection of Winter Haven Airport, and that really being a region for pilot instruction, mechanics, those types of things.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this exciting item. As Dr. Warner mentioned, we've been working collaboratively for many, many months now towards this idea becoming a reality out at the Winter Haven Airport. And the most exciting part, as Dr. Warner mentioned, is extending the classroom education to a really enhanced airport experience and watching airplanes take off and land while you're learning about aerospace, math, science, physics, all the things that it takes to make an airplane take off and land. What an experience for the students, and we've seen the success in Lakeland. And I can speak on behalf of our city manager, Mike Kerr, our deputy city manager, T. Michael. Our city commissioners at last night's city commission meeting received an update about the school development, and all very excited, very supportive. And our airport advisory committee that serves the airport in advisory capacity to guide us and direct the airport towards prosperity and growth. To this project, for the airport itself, having students learning about aerospace and likely leading themselves into the aerospace industry is really important. We know the state of Florida is a very, very big aviation industry, aerospace, with schools like Embry-Riddle, Florida Institute of Technology, Polk State College Aerospace. We have wonderful flying weather. It's a great opportunity for students to start to learn about the industry, where it's not just all about pilots. There are maintenance, mechanics that have to be involved, luggage handlers, staff positions at all the major airports, and general aviation airports such as ours. So there's a lot of opportunity for employment and high-paying, established jobs in this industry. And so I think from all of us at the City of Winter Haven, we're very excited for this opportunity to move forward. And for the airport, how this fits in, the school is going to play an important role for all of the businesses that are existing on the airport. We currently have a flight school. We currently have maintenance facilities, avionics facilities, paint facilities. All of the businesses and the owners that I've spoken with are excited to have new, fresh ideas, learners out at the airport to help feed and grow and watch them become a part of what we have at the Winter Haven Regional Airport. So as I mentioned, basically everyone that is a part of this so far, the collaboration between the school district and the City of Winter Haven has been great, and we're really looking forward to this, hopefully moving forward tonight.
Can we talk a little bit about the infrastructure that had to go in place and the investment from the City of Winter Haven to develop the site so we can actually get the portables moved on site?
Absolutely. That has been the major undertaking over the last several months, is trying to take a parcel of land which was flat and vacant and available at the airport and making it able to support a school. So there was a lot of considerations taken to place. Parking was one of the first major responsibilities to figure out, and that, through the city's departments, we all collaborated together. The city's planning, utilities, finance, all of us came together to support this project. And so we have identified 55 parking spaces that will be constructed, painted and paved, striped parking lots. There will be stormwater pond improvements, a bus lane, drop-off lane for school buses to drop off, and improvements made to the roadway and sidewalks around the school. All of those enhancements will be financed by the city of Winter Haven to help support this project and invest in the infrastructure at the airport. The improvements made to the school on the inside of the actual school will be the fencing, the portables being placed, and sidewalks on the inside of the school. That is the responsibility of the school district. But other than that, the utilities being on site and all of the additional infrastructure will be the responsibility of the city of Winter Haven.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you, and I just want to reiterate, I was at their commission meeting last night, and their commission is super excited for this opportunity. They gave direction last night, even though they don't meet again until May 23rd, that as soon as this is voted on tonight, so it's K5 if you want to look at any of the pictures, but that as soon as this is voted on tonight, that they can actually start doing some of the sidewalks and things like that as soon as tomorrow, as soon as they get confirmation that it's been signed, even before they officially vote on it in 2 weeks. So they are ready to hit the ground running and have it ready for August.
So board members, I did share with you the enrollment numbers based off out-of-zone enrollment, so you have that in your email. Lakeland High School sends 18 students to CFAA. Winter Haven High School sends 4. Fort Meade Middle High sends 1. Auburndale sends 7. Bartow High School sends 8, Ridge Community High School sends 1, Tenor Rock High School sends 7, Mulberry High School sends 23, Lake Gibson High School sends 16, Haines City High School sends 4, Frostproof Middle High sends 2, George Jenkins sends 46 students, Lake Region High School sends 4, and then there are 18 out-of-county students. And so essentially, I think what you see there is a pattern that those that are primarily on the east side of the school district have very low enrollment participation numbers. So I believe that would offset, and I know the interest that we currently have at both Auburndale and Winter Haven, as far as the number of students who are currently and presently enrolled, has been climbing steadily. So I do not believe that there would be any adverse impact to the enrollment over at CFAA. In fact, it gives us more marketing ability. What the school district, and you should all be, lauded for that program. I mean, I cannot tell you, somebody again who grew up with a family in the aviation industry, just how impressive that really is. I think sometimes you don't see the forest for the trees, but what you accomplish there and what you've created there is incredible. And to have the opportunity to replicate it and get more students involved is an incredible opportunity for our school district. And so, but again, I want to provide every assurance that we would not allow the program to become eroded. So everybody's grandfathered in where they presently are, but new enrollment would come primarily from the east side of the school district and feed into this program. And I believe there's more than enough interest to sustain the program. And because of the way the facility is being structured, there isn't a heavy investment on the facility side. And you heard that the city of Winter Haven is committing resources in their efforts to make sure that this happens. And I think that's, again, another example of the partnerships we have to expand these program opportunities for our students. So, Ms. Miller?
I just have a question. As Winter Haven grows to kind of meet the same facilities that the Lakeland campus has, will students have a choice between the campuses? Because if we're going to start with portables, kind of like Lakeland did, but Lakeland's offering a building and all these things they have, the hangar and all the other amenities, will people be able to choose, or will it be what's closest to you? How does that work?
Right now, that has yet to be determined. It would be more likely based off the proximity because, again, a lot of the barriers to students has been their proximity at this time. So with only, as I shared, 4 students attending from Winter Haven, I believe that they would prefer to attend their local school. I would be surprised, and I can't speak for anyone else, if there isn't already a lot of movement behind the scenes to try and replicate CFAA to the greatest extent possible with a hardened facility, I think we're beginning where we can with portables. I expressed my aversion to portables very early on, and they provided me every assurance that they are safe. You know, I always worry about tornadoes and things of that nature, and FOB, which is the foreign objects that can get blown around on an airport, tarmac and runway. I didn't want to contribute to that. So we were looking at examples of existing hangars. We've explored every option we possibly can. And this was the best solution to at least launch the program with the understanding that I think everyone involved is committing to see the best possible replication of the CFAA facility we currently have.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit about the interest that's currently at Winter Haven High School. So they're in their third year of their program for aerospace. So when Brian started that program, they started very, very small. So next year they'll have their seniors or level 4. I think he's projected to have anywhere between 10 and 15 in level 4, and then it increases when he drops to level 3 and level 2. So they expect to have about 75 to 100 students on this site at the airport. Those are your level 2, 3s, and 4s. And the way that the open enrollment has been going for students that are applying there, and I think this has a lot to do with the Cambridge school being at Winter Haven, because you're looking at STEM, you're looking at those folks at One Engineering. They're projecting anywhere from 125 to 150 students as level 1s next year coming into this program. So as Mr. Hyde is saying, it's not eroding from CFA Lakeland. It's really building, I think, a foundation and a base that you could begin to pull students from the east side back into this area and move forward. And with that said, as we're looking at the future, Alex is very forward-thinking. He's, like I say, he's a phenomenal person to work with, and he's already looking to the future as far as a site for a permanent school, and I think you may want to talk to that a little bit.
Yes, thank you very much. And you did mention a great point, and this part of the major success of Lakeland CFAA is that the Lakeland Aero Club is right next door to Central Florida Aerospace Academy. So we have modeled that exact replica already. We have the Aspiring Aviators Aero Club, which would be located right next to where this temporary school would be constructed. So they're within walking distance. We're following that same model. For those that know, the Aero Club is basically a way to get right up to airplanes, be able to build airplane projects and be a part of it. That's not a requirement of the school, but it is an opportunity if students select to do that. So yes, as Dr. Warner mentioned, the future of this school at Winter Haven Airport is bright. We have worked with our engineering consultants to design a development plan for where this future full-scale school could be built on the airport property. So we have that ironed out already where we'd like to see it, and we're sort of from a development standpoint, building an education part of the airport. So we would like to see Central Florida Aerospace Academy next to a full new developed Aero Club hangar, which would be a great addition to our current lease with the Seaplane Pilots Association headquarters, all right within walking distance to each other.
Ms. Fields, you had your hand up.
I had a couple of questions. The portables, and it might have been answered and maybe I missed it. When the weather is very severe, what are the plans? I know you said something about a hangar. Is there a hangar in place now, or?
So the safety plan, and Ms. Usher and everyone else is involved, obviously we would preempt students from attending there. So we wouldn't bus students over to the campus if we knew that there was potential for inclement weather that would potentially a tornado watch or a hurricane watch for obvious reasons. But if the students were there, it's my understanding that there is a hardened shelter immediately, well, in close proximity that the students could evacuate to and be safe.
That's
a couple hundred yards or?
How far would you say it was?
We plan to use our airport main terminal building, and so less than a quarter, as long as it takes to drive around the airport property itself. So maybe 2 minutes by bus to get around the property.
Okay, well, that's good. I just wanted to kind of understand that. And then the staffing, your instructors, how do you envision getting your staffing in place? Because you talked about the different areas of interest that the students would have.
Yeah, so that falls directly on the principal, Gina Williams, but they have the staffing plan there. So Brian Hughes, who is the current instructor, will be on site at the airport. And then your core academic teachers would move in and out of that area, whether it's English, math, the sciences. And then because that is growing so fast, they project a new unit that will go in at Winter Haven High School that then will teach the 100 or so students that are back at the main campus that are getting the foundations and fundamentals. So if we need some more detail on that, I think Gina could probably provide that for us.
Okay. And then, Mr. Hyde, thank you for the enrollment information.
Yes, ma'am.
But in looking at that, there are some cities that would be very close to Winter Haven. And so my question to you is, will the students that are currently at the Aviation Academy in Lakeland, Kathleen High School, will they be allowed? And it seems to me like you said they would be able to move next school year or whenever this is actually started. And so it might not be a lot of students, but it would just be more than Winter Haven. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. So what we would do is zone the schools specifically, because I think you raise a valid point, that some of these schools arguably might fall along the midline. And so in order to ensure not only that we don't erode current capacity and supports at CFAA and adversely impact their staffing allocation model and their program, we would lock those students in for the duration of the remainder of the program and allow the other students to transition over to the new campus if they so choose. However, the preference more than likely for those students is they're going to want to maintain their current enrollment at their current site. This would primarily focus on whatever schools we zone for the new location and new enrollment coming in. That would be the process I would suggest at this time. But I do know the largest number of student interest is coming directly out of Winter Haven. And then we would have to grow and market the programs accordingly for the others. But you see Ridge in particular. Haines City is a great example, and Frostproof is a great example. I think we would see, I would project that we would see significant increases in student participation and interest if it were closer in proximity to their home school.
Right, as well as Lake Region.
Correct.
The out-of-county students, do we know exactly what counties those?
I have that in an Excel file. I'd have to go through and analyze that, but if you would allow me, I can send that to you as well.
That's fine. And then my last question is that, unless I'm overlooking it, I don't see this on the agenda for tonight. Is it on the agenda?
K5.
Excuse me?
It's K5 on facilities. It's the lease agreement between the city of Winter Haven and the school board for $595.
It's a facilities agreement, not necessarily the programmatic agreement, but it's in order for us to move forward and ensure that Ms. Usher has a timeline to install.
I didn't think it was, I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure I was understanding.
Well, I wanted to clarify the two.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And there
Ms.
is
Wyatt.
already a program for aerospace at Winter Haven High School. They
School.
just they don't have the airport facility right now.
Correct.
When you mentioned drawing the lines for which school they'll be zoned to, my hope is that we'll map out distances to each of those schools like we did with the Winter Haven Tenor Rock for Cambridge and not just.
No, that's
go
exactly
off
how
of-
it should
okay.
be done. So it may be a jagged line through the district, but it would be based off closest proximity, because that's the whole thing we're trying to address here.
With travel time around all of the lakes.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Now we can take a break if you'd like.
Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Wilson, good to see you, sir. We're gonna take a 10-minute recess, sir. I know you were racing to get here. So at this time, Madam Chair, I would recommend a 10-minute recess. We'll return back here at 2:57, please.
the pain is there because you're leaving home, which is
Yeah.
Philippines,
Right.
but you don't know what's ahead of you, which is already the opportunities that you have. Like, I did not see like these people here are so welcoming. Like, really? Like, I was really like flabbergasted with all
Right.
what happened.
Working for Polk County Public Schools as a bus driver or bus attendant is just a small yet important part of what we do to serve our students. We want to thank all the unsung heroes of our driving force. Our dedicated trainers assist every day with educating new drivers and bus attendants, preparing them to be the best they can be. Trainers shine in assisting new hires to become safe and efficient drivers, and they teach bus attendants the essentials of their daily responsibilities. It's more than a job. Our CPR trainers and instructors teach life-saving skills, keeping everyone's certification up to date with continual training. Trainers help with CDL licensing, making sure candidates know the ins and outs of a bus, preparing them to take and pass the commercial driver's license test. Putting our students' safety first is always our top priority. The transportation team thanks everyone for their hard work and the dedication that they give to make sure the job is done. The training department would not be where we are today if it wasn't for the devotion of our trainers. If you are a dedicated, responsible, respectful, patient person with a positive attitude and a desire to help others succeed, then you are exactly who we are looking for in a trainer. Please contact the training department if you are interested in making a positive difference in someone's life.
District 5 School-Related Employee of the Year from Rochelle School of the Arts, Tiffany Berrien.
My motto is student first, athlete second, because I've been in their shoes before, and I know what it takes now that I'm older and mature. So I just try to instill in them that it's fun to be a kid. It's fun to go to school. It's fun to be around your family. The sports is just an extra tool. I just like to love on them, just be a good mentor and instill leadership, life lessons, something that they could take with them the rest of their life.
She instills grades first before the actual sport. She instills family before the kid. You know, she tries to get that mentality of like, it's not just about you, it's about your last name, not your first name. And I think that's really something that maybe they're not used to hearing. They're all about me, me, me. And she's like, no, step back. It's about your family, it's about your grades, and then it's about what you want to do and what you want to accomplish.
Coach Tiffany is a really great part of our school. She is a tremendous asset at our PE department, in our library, in our cafeteria. She just gets all over the campus and she helps us in so many places. She always does it with a smile on her face, and she's always willing to help out. And if she has to step into a classroom to assist, she is welcomed by the kids, and everybody's always so glad to see her.
She's just a good person overall, and she makes me feel good about myself. She makes me want to try harder, stuff like that. She really encourages me to do my best and do better at things. She's a really good person, and I love her personally. I really do. And she's a very important person to me.
I want them to remember me as she's tough, but it's out of love. They know behind the smiles when it's time to get serious. When I go coach mode, PE mode, I'm serious because I know what it takes. And just take that. It's out of love, and one day down the road you'll understand and you'll come back and say, because of Coach Tiffany, this is why.
Ready? We will now reconvene this work session. Superintendent Hyde.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of community and staff. Thank you. At this time, we're going to transition here briefly. This was part of the reorg, but there were questions about in particular truancy officers, and there was requests for additional data to support some of the narrative behind why we were making that recommendation. I don't believe we're calling them truancy officers any longer. We've retitled them as. Okay. All right. So Brett, go ahead. It's yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to go over some data that you all requested to look at our overall attendance. But first, let me say a couple things. There is a direct correlation between student attendance and academic outcomes. And then it also plays into the two previous things we just talked about, having attractors to get students to want to come to school, and having students in the seat when we're doing FTE counts, so that way we have the appropriate funding for our district. The data that's going to follow excludes any COVID-related absences due to the extent that we know. This includes any quarantining, any COVID positives with parent just keeping them home. That all has been excluded from this data. And the data that we've analyzed is only for the current school year, currently that we're in, 21-22. 51,036 students missed 10 days or more so far this year. Let me say that one more time. 51,036. That's almost half of our student population. And we all know that there's 180 days in each school year. So if I miss 2% of the days, that's only 3 to 4 days. If I miss 5% of the days, that's 9 days. If I miss 10%, that's 18 days absent from school. That's 45 days per quarter. We have 36 weeks in a school year. That's absent one day every other week. We have 28,458 students that miss 19 or more days. We have 50,594 that miss between 5 and 18. Combine those two together, and 87% of our students have missed 5 or more days in a school year. We have 425 students that have attended less than 90 school days, half a year. Out of that 425 students, 178 attended less than 72 days, 72 less than 54 days, and we have 27 students who have attended 36 days or less, 1 day for each week of school. Out of that 425, I've broken it down with help of AA&E, thank you very much, by grade level. And you'll notice that our highest grades are 8th, 9th, and 10th. We went a step further and broke it down by demographic. 114 for black, 152 for Hispanic, 140 for white, and 19 other. These are your percentage rates by your regionals. 90% for Ms. Barnes, 92% for Ms. Collins, 91% for Mr. Duncan, 91% for Dr. Henry, and 90% for Mr. Hill. This is an example of an elementary school. The name has not been disclosed on the screen, but they have an attendance rate of 88%. That means 22 days missed on average per student at that school. We also have 17 other elementary schools that are below the 90% mark currently this year. You have a middle school example, 23 days missed with an 87% attendance rate. 6 of our middle schools have less than 90%. That's a little bit over a third. Your high school, 22 days missed, like your elementary school, 88% attendance. 7 also fall below 90%. Hence comes the community outreach facilitator and the expectations that they will have. We will have 7 of them. Each facilitator will conduct between 25 to 30 in-person visits per week. That's either going and checking up on them at the school. If they're not at school, going up and checking on them at home. That equates to 6,300 visits in person to students on Tier 3 level about coming to school. 6,300 visits, that's a lot. But it's also doable when this person's only job is attendance. They will be checking on attendance daily. They will also conduct 15 to 20 phone calls per day. That's 94,500 phone calls in a year. They will act once they find out the information and go to that house or get on the phone. They will act as that liaison between the school and the families to address any of the reasons, whether it's getting them involved with the social worker, getting them involved with the hospital hometown, or a hearth project, any of those services that we offer within our district or within our community. Those liaisons would be basically pairing them up and then continuing to check up on them to seeing if those needs are met. They will also be collaborating with student services, along with our social workers, psychologists, and mental health people. And the work will begin this summer. They will be very proactive, starting the first chance we get, July 1 probably. We've already, goes to my next slide, AA&E has already created us a dashboard. It is in the sandbox phase right now. It will be ready for production probably June 1st. This data projects the 22-23 student enrollment based on this year's data. So it's already extrapolated. I'm just going to make it up as I go. Jesse Keene's 5th grade class. It knows that Jesse Keene feeds into Lakeland, Highlands, Southwest, Kathleen, and Sleepy Hill. It puts those students all into their classes in sixth grade to let us know what the sixth grade attendance is going to look like at Sleepy Hill, Southwest, Lakeland, Highlands, and so forth. So we will already know what schools will have higher attendance rates or lower attendance rates, and it will drill down by region, by camp, by the actual school, by the grade, and by the student. Any questions?
So far more accountability and tracking and intentionality than we've ever had before, because it gets back to a staffing issue where the social worker and counselors cannot address these attendance issues at the level, with the level of intensity and follow through that it requires. So Ms. Miller?
Can you just talk about how we have 20-something social workers working on this? We have 7 of these people,
Yeah.
how they'll work together, and has that been reviewed with the social work team?
We have started conversations with Ms. Scott and Dr. Lutz already. You have 20 social workers working on it, but they're also working on 15 other things. And that's why I made sure that when I was talking about this, the only job this person will have is checking up on attendance. They will also then pair it with the social worker or the appropriate entity that can help serve that student. So instead of the social worker having to spend 6 hours in a car riding around or 6 hours on the phone, we're kind of weeding through the ones that we can get to come to school just by phone, because I do remember Mrs. Fortney said something about back in the day, people coming to the house, knocking on the door. Well, when they knew people were coming and knocking on the door, well, I might as well get up because they're going to wake me up anyway, and I'm going to go on to school. So that's part of that difference.
Ms. Cunningham?
The way I look at this is, they may not be able to reach every single child every single day, but if we are able to reach even a quarter to a half of these students and help them to make positive decisions, whether it's student or parent, depending on the age, oh my goodness, how much we will have gained having a child in the classroom to be able to learn versus being at home. So I applaud it tremendously. I'm not looking for your total number there. I think any strides that we continue to make to encourage kids and parents to have children in seats in classrooms, we're miles ahead. So I applaud you for the program and support it thoroughly. So thank you.
Ms. Fortney?
Sounds wonderful.
Sorry, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Fortney?
Who is going to be in charge of the paperwork trail / input of data when these children are contacted, or the parent? Can you explain that process a little more? And I did not fully understand the job description. How is a, for lack of a better word, what'd you call them, a outreach facilitator?
Yes, ma'am.
What the qualifications for them to know that I need to go see a mental health professional or a social worker or a, those, and then I have one more after those two.
Okay. Let me answer the one you just asked, because that's the one I remember.
Okay.
Working with Ms. Gillespie and others, we are making a crosswalk for when they give the reasons that they're not attending school, which area that they should be contacting. To, for instance, if they're having an issue where they're moving from hotel to hotel, then they would contact our Hearth program. All that training will go through those 7 people, which makes me remember your second part of your question. Those attendance facilitators or outreach facilitators will be doing the documentation work. They will be going through, we're actually looking at maybe using this dashboard that they have, but then there are other ways that we've also looked at, either on the OneDrive or something else, to be able to notify when they've had a home visit, when they had a phone call, because it is my expectation that these numbers are met. I understand that things happen and we may only get 3 visits in today because of the fact that it was deeper than what I needed, what I thought it was going to be. But at the same time, there's going to be days where you may get 25 phone calls in, because that is going to be my key in checking to make sure that I have the right staff doing the right things each day. And for those of you that don't know me, I am one of the kings of documentation, and I believe very much in so. So they will be required to do all that documentation. And then as attendance may not improve, then we will work with them, with the Captain Seymour's office, on the attendance being required by law. That is not our intent here. Our intent is not to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, letter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, meeting 1, 2, 3 4, 5.
Which
here's
is
your
what we
court
do
date.
now, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
We want to be able, as Ms. Cunningham was saying, we want to be able to create relationships with students. By creating those relationships, and you have the same person showing up at your house, or the same person calling you, or calling your mom or dad, that to me has a bigger impact than sending a letter home. And if we can do that, and I know Ms. Miller said 20 to 7, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if 7's going to be enough, but I'll come back and let you know. But we've got to start somewhere, and I think that 7's a good number based on the numbers that I'm looking at in our attendance rates.
Follow up.
Ms. Ford?
And your third.
Yeah, so you basically will be monitoring all this data?
There will be,
Input.
I will be monitoring it, an assistant director will be monitoring it also.
Okay. And then, I know some schools are very proud of their attendance rate. And it reflects in their, I hate to use school grade, but school grade. Those programs or those schools, I'm sure we have a way to share best practices, or would it be totally socioeconomic as an issue? Do you see what I'm getting at?
I think it's a culture thing
Right,
at your school.
okay.
You have to establish a culture, and a positive culture at your school.
Correct.
And it will.
Well, I
it's
think
gonna
we
come.
see that, that was kind of, when I look at elementary, you know, having taught middle school, junior high, you know, kids are staying up all night on video games, and, you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, not in elementary school, they're there, right? You can see it in the data.
Right. The only thing that shocked me when I saw this data was kindergarten.
Yeah.
When I saw 29.
Yeah,
That really took me back.
well, they're sick, I mean,
But then I've been a middle school principal, so I realized
walking
the eighth grade,
middle
you know. So, but our regions have this, and I think there's ways that we can encourage the schools that do have high attendance rates. We see our community liaisons out there in our community recognizing our schools, and I think that there are people out there that would be more than willing to support recognitions for our schools that have high attendance.
you know, I used to think, we used to get A money, right? And my thought was always to give it back to the parent as an incentive. You know, go to Walmart and buy 100 $50 gift cards, and if your kid didn't miss a day, there was a drawing, right? That kind of thing. You know, to make it, kids want to come to school, the parents want to bring them, et cetera. I mean, I know there's a lot in that, and I appreciate this 110%. I just want to make sure everybody works together and nothing is added to somebody already trying to do that work, if that makes sense.
I'm going to point out, too, this is another place where sometimes the data is very misleading. You know, when you look at this slide in particular, where we show the overall percentage of daily attendance across the regions, you know, we put the regional assistant soups on here, but most school districts would be very happy with a 90 to 94% daily attendance rate, except 51,000 kids have missed 10 or more days of school. And so this, I don't believe it's socioeconomic. I don't believe it has anything to do with, ultimately it does impact the school letter grade, because if students aren't in attendance, they can't learn. That's it. There's no questioning whether or not that's factual. I think at the greater issue right now is, what are the issues that are preventing students from attending school, and what can we best do to address them? And right now, as we're seeing more and more students struggling with mental health and anxiety and those things, it's just, you can blame it on COVID, you can blame it on other issues, but at the end of the day, our current structure cannot adequately address this issue. And I'm going to keep saying it comes back to a staffing issue, because social workers and school counselors are overwhelmed with the volume of work that they're doing, and so at some point, something has to give, and at some point, truancy becomes the give, because this requires an in-person conversation. And this will start this summer. We are not waiting for the first day of school for kids to start missing school. They will start to identify our high flyers in that tier 3, and I love that we use the MTSS pyramid to explain this. But the kids who need the most support because they're missing the most number of days, going back to this one right here, these kids who have attended 50% or less of school attendance, these are the targeted kids that we need to start doing home visits starting July 1st once these people are in place. They need to start making a connection with the household to say, your kid has to be in school. Here's their grades. Here's discipline. Here's all these other things. How do we help you? What are the issues? Some of these kids, I'm going to be honest with you, are staying home because there's no one else at home to take care of a sick, smaller child. And so the older child becomes the option for a family to take care of that so the parent can go back to work. So we have to create opportunities there and start to identify what are the leading causes that are creating opportunities for kids not to attend school, and then how do we best address those. And I think this gets back to Ms. Miller's question, and I think we've answered this last time too when we talked about the facilitators. And I don't want there to be a mistake. This is not the only person who's going to be responsible for documentation. So if anyone out there believes that, well, now we have this person, I am absolved of my responsibility here, absolutely not. This person is going to be the boots on the ground doing the home visits and following up. But school-based staff are still going to have to track and monitor to report back to these staff in particular what's being successful, or more importantly, who's being successful and who's not, so they can start to shift their efforts. So this is a continuum of support, but this creates an additional layer of supports, meaning personnel, who will facilitate and serve to assist school psychs and social workers and counselors. But I'm going to be very clear, this is not supplanting their responsibility for this in any way. So I know Ms. Miller's had her hand up a couple times.
I just want to follow up real quick, because these are the same kids that end up getting the packets to pass at the end of the year, And then you talk about what the diploma looks like, was it earned?
That's a different conversation though too, because we don't allow.
You can almost categorize them.
No,
Yeah.
but you raise a valid point. So, but there's a part to that conversation that we need to take greater ownership of, and I know several board members have brought this up. We don't allow competency-based instruction. We still operate under a Carnegie unit, an antiquated methodology or belief that somehow 180 days of sitting in a classroom means that you learned everything. There are some kids, even these kids who are struggling, overage and credit deficient, that if they were put in an environment where they could actually demonstrate that they've attained the learning without having to jump through the hoops, you'd be surprised at how quickly these students will re-engage in school, because their problem is, I'm 18 and I have 3 credits, there's not a chance that I'm going to graduate. Why do I go to school? Because we expect them to attend a class for 180 days to earn a full credit. That's not the point. The point is not how much time you sit there. The point is whether or not you've mastered the content. And so there's a lot more to this conversation that will unfold in the near future, because it's directly related to this, about how do we truly engage kids, and then how do we create opportunities for every learner within our system, and stop, arguing that every kid's going to college, every kid's going to, we've had conversations amongst the board about trades. How do we accelerate a process for students to enter into the trade group with some workarounds there? So, Ms. Miller?
I just want to, you addressed age, you said 18. There's an issue with 16-year-olds. Can you talk about, you said, I'm 18, do I still need to go? Can you talk about, because I hear that. I hear they're 16.
Well, to clarify, I said 18 overage and credit deficient. So if I'm 18 and I only have 3 credits, why should I go, not why do I need to go? There's still compulsory attendance for all students under the age of 18.
Can you talk about that? Because I've heard at 16, where they can technically quit, that there's less involvement with them at that age, which I think would be the most involvement because they're about to be adults. Can you talk about what the age 16 means to this, in this?
Well, by statute, of course, they have the right to withdraw. Their parents can withdraw them and don't have to come.
That's an important clarification there. The parent has to withdraw the student. The student cannot initiate that process independent of their parent.
And we're
But-
no way
guardian.
encouraging that at this point.
No, and what we would be doing is going to them and talking to them about some of our, per se,
Alternative.
Fresh Start,
Right.
or some of those others to where they can gain their diploma. We're not going to be encouraging, oh, because they're 16 or 17, leave them off the list. To go back to Ms. Fortney, our Tier 3 has already been identified. You have this year's data. Those 425 students, whether they are, unless they are graduating, which I don't know if the ones that missed this many may be graduating, but these are our students we will be targeting July 1st. Going back again to Ms. Fortney, the school will still have their attendance person. The school will be doing, if the kids miss 5 days, they should be sending a letter. Where the facilitators are going to be coming involved is, we've already got a list. We'll already be targeting a list of Tier 1, Tier 2. But if a school sees something that's coming up that maybe the numbers haven't given us, and we have a kid that starts being absent, they have an attendance person coming by, hey, you got anybody else that's popped up on your radar? That's what these people are. They're the boots on the ground that go out to the schools. They will be documenting their visits. They will be documenting their phone calls. They will end up processing paperwork at the end if nothing happens that we don't get the situation rectified and the help that they may need. But at the same time, the 425 have already been identified, and those are our targeted students. And just so you know, too, this is this year's data. I've had them go back 5 years so we can look at a trend. Has a student been improving their attendance, but yet they're still on one of our tiers? Or are they decreasing, or was there just 1 year that threw everything off? You know, last year they could have, been out for multiple reasons. Every other year they had 97% attendance. So that's what the data is going to be showing us. But you all know just as well as I do, data you can read almost any way you want. So I'm counting on the schools to also point out students who are in need and let us go check those out for them.
Thank you, sir. So transitioning now to the organizational chart, item number 8. For sake of time, items 6 and 7 will either be moved to that May 31st date or to the June date. It's unfortunate, but we've just had lengthy topics and conversations today, and that's important. I think it shows we're performing our due diligence. So as it relates to the district organizational charts, I brought the item back to see what additional questions or clarification we can provide. I think we've summarized it multiple times. I've had individual conversations with board members about questions. So if there's something else I can address for you here, great opportunity to discuss the organizational charts. Ms. Fields.
I need a better understanding on the recommendation for the internal audit department. I know that's not your area. I looked at the information that was given as it relates to other counties, and I'm trying to understand the increase in pay, and wanted to know, does the increase in pay for the internal auditor position align with our salary schedule for promotions? Because this is a promotion, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jason, is that correct?
That would be considered a promotion.
Okay,
correct.
so is the increase in pay in alignment with our salary schedule guidelines for promotions? Because from what I'm reading, it's typically 5%.
A promotion typically will result in at least 5%.
Okay,
And we typically, under our administrative guide, those positions, when they're promoted, start out near the bottom of that particular pay grade that they're moving to.
Okay, so what is the percentage of increase that's being recommended?
I can calculate it quickly. For the first position that's listed on your spreadsheet, it would be a 22% increase.
And that position is?
The director to senior director of internal audit.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, why is it being recommended at a 22% increase? And in reading the salary guidelines, it looked to me like the most would be 10%. That's what I read, and maybe I'm not understanding it. And then I looked at what other school districts are paying. If this is the current amount, it might not be, but I looked at in comparison to the total employees, the student population, that going from 94,357 to 115,597, correct me if I'm wrong, that is a substantial, and you were saying 22%. So based on what's in our salary schedule guidelines, we are not in alignment. Is that correct, or is it incorrect?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I don't know about any other board member, but I received quite a few calls from staff concerned that we would be promoting at a 22% increase, and I can't support that. I would support within a 10%, but not within a 22%. I think that everything should be done in decency and in order and in fairness. And in fairness, I don't see that this is what's being suggested.
So I will speak on behalf of staff. This is a board employee.
I understand.
But I think
Yeah.
it's important to clarify because, and this gets back to the issue of people who want to run tell dad. The reality of it is, no one has approached me to date to speak about salary disparities. And the culture here where people will circumvent my office or Mr. Pitts's office or Mr. Green's office to have these conversations is increasingly frustrating. With respect to the culture or the history that may have preceded me, the argument or the belief that some have that anybody who complained in the past was retaliated against. With respect to that, I'm going to comment publicly on this, and this is not a commentary about you, Ms. Fields, because I know you're looking out for the best interests of our employees. My entire senior administrative team is new. There isn't a single example that someone can hold up where a member of my cabinet has retaliated, senior cabinet, have retaliated against an employee for speaking out or speaking about a concern. And where we have been able to, and this is why the process began the way it did, as we became aware of disparities in salaries, we began to address them. But as it relates in particular to this topic was brought forward by my predecessor, Ms. Byrd, to address this salary, and it was tabled then. And I think the reality of this is that while, yes, you are correct, that there is typically a cap, we don't necessarily approach, let me rephrase this. We have a very disingenuous approach sometimes to how we hire, and because we advertise. We advertise a salary range, and then we turn around and tell individuals, yes, we advertise that this salary, I'll just make up a number, can range anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000. And you have 20 years of experience, but our process internally has been, but the most we're ever going to give you is 5 years of experience because we give you 2-for-1 credit up to 5 years. Then with all due respect, why do we advertise a salary range? We have no business advertising a salary range. And I think this is a classic example of a position, much like many others, that has been underfunded for a number of years. And simply what we tried to do as directed and as requested, was to provide the comparative salaries as to what this same position gets paid in other districts. And so that's where we're at. So, Ms. Fields, this is not a commentary about anything you've said. I just want to clarify that this is a board position, not a district position. So the recommendation is not coming from my office. We're simply supporting the request for information as to why, and to provide justification as to why the elevation is necessary. But that's it, as it relates to me and my staff. But again, it gave me an opportunity to speak to culture because, again, people are circumventing my office. Well, and I won't comment as to their intentions because I can't speak to their intentions because I've never had a conversation with them. So I don't know if it's frustration over years of concerns. I don't know if it's reluctance. I don't know if it's fear. I don't know if it's intimidation. I think, quite honestly, I could hold up countless examples where people have come to me, and I think we've worked to address those issues and disparities as quickly as possible. But to your point, and we talked about this last time, in fairness, for some, it's created this illusion, well, they're getting theirs, why am I not getting mine? And I'm going to say, the last thing I'll say on this, quite honestly, is not everyone's going to get a raise. Not everyone's going to get a pay differential because there's a lot of people out there who believe they're entitled to it. Well, I've been here 30 years and I'm next. It's just simply not how it works, and it's unfortunate. And I'm trying the best I can to address salary disparities and pay increases while also trying to balance growth within our school district. And that's not an easy task. Couple that with everything else we're dealing with, it's considerable. So this, again, not a commentary about anything you've said. Ms. Fields, you've been very adamant from day one about expectations, about equity and fairness, and we're trying as hard as we can to attain that. And I would just simply, and I guess the last thing as it relates to this is, if there are individuals who continue to come to you to circumvent our office, to talk about salaries or other issues, respectfully, you need to start directing them back to us.
Well, Mr. Hyde, if I can respond. First of
Please,
all,
please.
before I even presented my question, I said this is a board position.
Correct.
So it was not directed to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Warren and Mr. Jason and Mr. Pitts, I call him Mr. Jason, Mr. Pitts would have the information concerning the salary schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I posed that to them.
Yes, ma'am.
I am very much aware that they have nothing to do. So if it appeared as if I was coming at them, believe me, I was not.
No, I was clarifying for anybody who may be watching or listening
Okay.
in.
When staff or anyone come to me, I am always saying, your best advocate is yourself. You need to advocate for yourself. That's all I can do,
Correct.
is tell them that they need to advocate for themselves, and I believe that wholeheartedly.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure that it is publicly stated. I don't remember ever the superintendent before you promoting anything related to promotions for the internal audit department. I don't remember that.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe another board member might remember that, but I don't. Because at the end of the day, you're very much correct. It is the school board members that should be doing that, not the superintendent of schools.
Correct.
I understand the guidelines. I know that you can go above the level, whatever that might be, in looking at what other counties are paying. Even if you go above that, I think that we still are high compared to what some of the others that have the same, again, number of employees and number of students. But I appreciate your comments, but I want to make sure that it's understood.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not attacking you. I'm not attacking these
And I did not
these
mean to
gentlemen.
give that impression. I just think it's an opportunity for me to, again, reiterate, I would just ask that people keep redirecting comments or staff back to us, because we'll never bridge that gap and address the cultural issues here if I'm never even afforded the opportunity to address the conversation head-on with an employee. So it's a fine line you walk. I'm going to be honest, Ms. Fields, and we all know this. I try not to interject myself. You need to have a comfort with employees and others where they can come to you with issues, but more often than not, if we're completely excluded from the narrative, it becomes problematic. And so what I hope to create is a culture where employees feel confident and secure. They may not get the answer they want, but we're always going to listen and we're always going to respond. And I think that's the role I have to play. But I do want the chance to fix the culture or the impression here that somehow if you complain or you come to management, you're gonna be retaliated against. I mean, I need the opportunity to readdress that and prove people wrong to have a reset. And so that's the only commentary there. This is not about, I shared multiple times, this is not about what you said. There's a lot of value in what you say, Ms. Fields, and I appreciate you a great deal, as you know. So I think this was my opportunity to kind of set the stage for moving forward. How do we best address these issues? Because not everyone in the system is going to be happy with all of the final changes we're making. And I had to preempt this morning by saying even the PEA positions still have yet to be brought forward because we're still negotiating those. So this creates the opportunity for me, and I received several emails after our last meeting saying, thank you for explaining. And I was very appreciative of that because it told me that people were actually listening. So it was not about anything you said. I didn't have a perception. It just afforded me the opportunity to address a larger issue that I wanted to address. Ms. Wyatt and then Ms. Miller.
Thank you. And I went through the list and kind of calculated some of the ones that are also on here for recommendations for upgrades, and several of them are 20%, 25%, 30%. That's where we are right now, and trying to make sure that as we're changing positions, changing kind of some of the structures, that's where we are. Ms. Matthews' position has not been brought forward in several years. It was brought forward in 2020, just before COVID, but just as COVID was hitting, and of course, we held neutral on everything just to make sure that we didn't get ourselves into a situation that we didn't have the funds to continue. But I do think that it's appropriate, seeing that many of the positions throughout the district that are equitable to Ms. Matthews have been raised several times over as people retire, as people, those positions have been changed several times over the past years. Hers has not, which is why it's being brought forward.
Ms. Miller?
I thought we had kind of discussed this already because we had looked at the different positions throughout the state, and I thought we were looking at a salary and not levels because that was our intent, that was our goal. And I think you and I have talked before about some other positions on this where I was a little concerned at the raises themselves, but we also determined that this is about positions and not people. Correct. And I think that's been difficult as a district. And you are changing the culture because at one time, staff could not contact us at all. And so now people feel they can contact us, and we need to make them more comfortable with contacting your office, which is another step in airing their grievances or concerns, and I appreciate you being open to that. But I know Ms. Matthews' office is not staffed like similar offices in districts our size, and so I support this change. I just wanted to say that this had been discussed, and I did not understand that it was a level increase. I thought that we were just changing the salary as we are in several of these positions. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, sir. And for some history, very quickly, because we did already talk all about this at a previous meeting, but let me say that back during my tenure as chair, I brought forward to the board salary increases for both Carol and Wes. And at the time, due to the fact that we were in the middle of COVID, we weren't giving raises to a lot of our folks system-wide. Both of them retracted their request to receive compensation at that time. And I think that speaks volumes to both individuals. And the only reason I'm bringing them together, I know we're talking about Ms. Matthews, but we have two very incredibly talented and loyal employees. And Ms. Matthews even took the time to do a comparative study with other school districts around the state to say, hey, here's what others, in my similar position with whatever, and did all that. And we still said, okay, let's just go ahead and hold off and wait. And I appreciated her being so kind and saying, let's just wait until the time is right. Well, now that we're structuring things and looking at this plan, I really feel the time is right. She's worked very diligently, never complained about it when she could have through the years, at least not to me. Working with her as chair for 2 years, never once said, wow, I sure wish I made more money. I just wish never a disparaging comment. And that takes a woman of integrity in my opinion, to do that. So I will be supporting this increase wholeheartedly because while it's a one-time large increase, if you look at the number of years that there wasn't any, it would be she would already be at this level, if not greater, had we been doing this all along. But here we are. So thank you, Ms. Matthews, for all your time and effort and the job that you do for our district. So we appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Allen?
Sure. Just really appreciate all the context around the conversation. It's helpful to me as well. I was curious, maybe give a little thought. Well, first of all, we're looking at a $500,000 net, even in the midst of this, right? So, and I appreciate that as well as a positive on this. I'm curious, when we noted workload a little bit earlier in our conversation today, when we struck out the educational directions, would love to hear a little bit of logic on that, which I'm in favor of, by the way. And again, we're bringing a $500,000 net savings to the district, which is a great thing in the midst of this to honor our employees. And I appreciate your transparency as well and the pursuit of transparency. That's a great thing. We don't want to live under a culture of fear. This is not healthy at all. So when we look at that contract with that vendor, what would the workload distribution look like as we strike that contract in a sense? And I'm sure there's a lot of discussion around that.
So this gets back to the school turnaround or school transformation office and the restructuring of the regions. Because presently we have contracted even beyond the scope of necessity with some of these vendors. And there are multiple vendors that we have contracted with. And so even when the school exited, we sustained them with a support contract in some instances where we were being charged over $2,000 an hour for support. And quite frankly, I believe that the school district has charged me with succession leadership and the ability for our district to look internally, identify strong talent, and develop talent. You cannot do that if you have an over-reliance on contracted services. And so at the end of the day, that's exactly what we're doing. And so we have enough knowledgeable individuals in our school district right now who have either been directly involved in differentiated accountability schools, have been transformational leaders, are in senior leadership, myself having worked for the Bureau of School Improvement, leading DA for over 3 years. Mr. Green and his efforts, our track records are impeccable when it comes to school improvement. I believe Ms. Barnes and Yemeni and others have demonstrated their overall capacity. And so I think as our school district moves forward and looks to the future, part of this is how are we honoring and respecting those within our organization who have the skill set? How do we incentivize them further, which you saw in the overall plan for the school turnaround office? How are we incentivizing them to serve in that same capacity and, quite frankly, increase their earning potential, maximize their knowledge and expertise, build a cadre of leaders and embedded mentors across the school district that become then the feeder for the next level? We created a tiering mechanism of succession leadership now in the regional structure, freeing up Ms. Barnes and her team from being treated as a regional, because schools should never be assigned to her, in my strong opinion. Her and her entire team should have the ultimate flexibility to maneuver amongst our schools, whether they've been identified by the state or we have identified them in need internally of requiring assistance, because we see a decline in their data or we see a trend that we're not comfortable with in order to be more preemptive. That's the solution. So part of this was, to Ms. Fields commented on earlier, she's right, she's absolutely correct. Griffin's a great example. Griffin Elementary School, as I will be traveling tomorrow to a State Board of Education meeting with Ms. Wyatt and Ms. Barnes to defend our turnaround option. Griffin either exits or they close. Period. End of story. There's no debate. There's no reason to debate. It's the right thing to do. It's been our plan. It's been in place. I appreciated the plan that Superintendent Byrd left behind. It was very thoroughly thought out, and it made a great deal of sense. We're going to honor that because it's the same thing I would do. But in that regard, I think we have to, that's the only contract we had with that company that was required by the state. So at the end of the year, that's expiring. All these other support contracts were not required. And so part of that is because we either had a belief that we didn't have the internal capacity or we got comfortable and it was easier, or there was too much workload, or and COVID hit, and there's a lot of justification behind why we did what we did. This is not a criticism. I'm just a believer that if I'm going to be empowered to fulfill the board's expectation that I develop competent future leaders and continue to grow and give them growth opportunities to expand their knowledge and skill set, this is the mechanism and process we need to follow. And at the same time, return that funding back. In totality, $1.7 million in contracted service with one turnaround entity, almost $600,000 with another. I could add 50 staff and still return over $1.5 million back to the school district. So I think that's what we're leaning towards, is how do we then look at these contracts, identify if they're needed, we're going to maintain them. If they're not, let's move on. And let's maximize our efficiencies. And I think this is a good opportunity, and it's the right time. I've commented multiple times. I came into Polk at a very unique time where I have the luxury of being able to make some of these decisions or recommendations to the board because the timing's just perfect for me. And so at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do. I think it's the right trigger to pull. And if we're wrong, the board will hold me accountable, but I can assure you that our schools are steadily improving. And we have the right systems in place. You know, principals are excited, teams are excited, PEA is excited at our future. So I think it's the right thing to do. So hopefully I was able to address your question
That's why fully. we put you in that position. Yes. Extremely thankful for you and your leadership on this.
Thank you. Any other questions about the org chart? Ms. Fields.
So I have questions about looking at the overall recommendation and looking at the upgrades in various departments, looking at the monies that's been saved because of the contracts that you just referenced. Are you feeling, and I'm sure the answer is yes, but I still want to publicly ask you, are you feeling good about what you're proposing, understanding that we don't know what year from year would bring, and what happens if the resources are not there? And we've elevated all these people, not that they are not worthy to be elevated. What will the game plan be? You referenced that we needed to, as a board, look at what we see as priorities and what programs we want to keep and what we might want to do something with differently. Is that the conversation we would have at that time?
Yes, ma'am. So there's several things, and our district has done this historically. So during following the last recession, when we saw our overall allocation of school funding get impacted significantly for multiple years, we were not fully funded following that recession cycle, as Mr. Pitts and others have well documented. The district did what every school district does. They start to look internally. And so it's through a process of combination or elimination of positions that you start to weed through that. Historically, there are multiple positions that were downgraded. So if someone was retiring, we would downgrade the position to incur a cost savings. And then we could always revert back to a higher level position. We've had multiple positions like that come forward this year. Chandra Hall is a great example of a position that was downgraded previously. And I think a lot of that was to initiate cost savings. So there are options within our organization, and that's why I did the best I could, not just to remain cost neutral, but to return money to the overall budget. So I think that's important for us to show our financial responsibility and fiduciary responsibility. A lot of positions are actually funded from grants. IDEA, we've seen a steady increase in our allocations. I anticipate through the federal release this year that we'll continue to see that. However, if we find ourselves in a difficult position in the near future, again, we'll have to revisit and make some tough decisions within each one of those budgets. It does not mean that those staff would see a reduction in their salary. It just means as we see retirements come through, we would make adjustments accordingly there or based off vacancies. We could eliminate positions as needed and do something similar we did this year. So if there were 3 vacancies within a department or 3 positions in a department, 1 became a vacancy. If the 2 others were willing to take on additional workload, we could give them each a slight moderate increase, but then still return over 60% of that funded position balance back to the bottom line. So there is a lot of financial strategies that we could utilize. And I think, quite frankly, and I know we have yet to bring the number forward, but I believe our overall fund balance at the end of the year will show that we've done an incredible job balancing federal dollars and our current general allocation to create a fund balance that will allow us to sustain programs and positions over time. So I tried to approach it two different ways. Number one, not overextending ourselves so that we end up having to RIF individuals or impact those positions in the near future, because that's the last thing we want to do. And then number two, doing the best we can with our current allocation to sustain those inevitably through the near future. So hopefully I addressed your question.
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Next topic, my understanding is we must do the policy review. So I'm going to bring Ms. Dodge up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing time for this item, just because we have hearing deadlines and notice deadlines and stuff like that. So I very much appreciate it. There are 5 policies that are being brought forward. 3 are smoking and tobacco-free environment related. I've brought forward the instructional policy, but the changes will be replicated in the support staff and the administrative staff policy. And then the other 2 are a student section policy and then just a policy, a facilities section policy that impacts the general public and the fact that we are keeping a smoke-free environment. The other 2 are safety and security changes that were made as part of legislation that was passed last year. And so those changes, Captain Seymour and her staff have reviewed those changes and brought them forward. And we would ask that you move them forward or ask any questions if you have any. Thank you. Well, I would like to thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Last item for workshop today, Madam Chair, from the Superintendent's chair, will be the final summary of recommendations and information as it pertains to the book review. So just again to reiterate the process used, we mirrored our district review process that we're currently using after the existing policy for school level reviews, with the following exceptions. The committee was expanded to include more community-based members. The previous process allowed for the media specialist, the building principal, an ELA or reading teacher, and the media specialist and a couple parents to be the entirety of the school level review committee. We expanded that well beyond to include students, more parents, and other staff, in addition to which we brought in experts as it related to child development and others from the college university level to ensure that we had a full comprehensive understanding of how these books may or may not be impacting our students. Additionally, the committee allowed for the inclusion of the petitioner. Our current process does not and never has allowed the petitioner to have a voice in the process. They could attend meetings and they would receive a summary after the conclusion of the recommendations were being made, but they've never been allowed to be a part of the process. The reviews were done publicly, and they were recorded to allow any Polk County residents to watch the discussions. The committee structure, and I felt it was important to include this because there seems to be a misconception that we stacked the committee with staff. Over 60% of the committee are community-based members. They are not staff. 38% of the committee, or 7 total people for each committee. There were 18 people on each committee. 1 representative from the district, from the ELA department, English Language Arts, 2 district librarians, 2 English Language Arts teachers, and 2 representatives from our Student Support Services Department, those who specialize, again, in childhood development. Community members consisted of 11 individuals, 3 parents, 1 board member from the Florida Association for Media and Education, 1 professional practicing child psychologist, 1 post-secondary English literature professor, 1 representative from the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, 1 representative from the County Citizens Defending Freedom, the petitioner, one representative from Equality Florida, one representative from Concerned Citizens of Polk, and one student minimally at each community meeting. The book review committees, as you know, are included in your PowerPoint. I'm not going to go through them all because many of them were updated at the last meeting. The last one I will address will be the last books that were addressed. I Am Jazz and Almost Perfect. So let's start with Almost Perfect. There were 3 votes to remove from all libraries, 7 votes to retain at middle and high school, and 8 votes to retain at high school only. The final recommendation from the committee was to retain availability of Almost Perfect for high school libraries only. For I Am Jazz, there were 2 votes to remove the book, 15 votes to retain at all library levels, all school levels, 1 vote to retain at middle and high. It's interesting, there's an asterisk there. It's my understanding that book does not exist at the middle and high school level outside of K-8 structures. So the final recommendation from the committee was to retain the availability of I Am Jazz at all levels, although again, it is only within I believe, if I recall correctly, 3 of our elementary settings. Additionally, so we had additional reviews on 428, 2 Boys Kissing, 0 votes to remove the book, 1 vote to retain in all libraries, 16 votes to retain in middle high, 1 vote to retain in high school. The final recommendation from the committee was to change the availability of 2 Boys Kissing from high school libraries to include middle and high school libraries. And on May 5th, more happy than not, there was 1 vote to remove, 1 vote to retain at all levels, 8 votes to retain at middle high, and 8 votes to retain at high school only. The final recommendation was to change the availability of more happy than not from high school libraries to be inclusive of middle and high. So here are the results again, as I shared with you. So again, we go into, so where does the superintendent's recommendations come into play? Mr. Wilson.
I'll let you finish, and then
Yes,
I
sir.
have some comments.
Thank you. So superintendent's recommendations, in certain instances, as I explained previously, I actually was potentially more restrictive with the books, and that was based primarily not to be disrespectful or disingenuous to the committee, but I looked at exactly where the books currently reside and not to provide an opportunity to expand those books necessarily. So my recommendations were based off that information, plus where the majority of the votes remained as it related to what the committees were recommending. So for 2 Boys Kissing, my recommendation was retained at middle and high school, where the overwhelming number of votes, again, no votes to remove that book at all. So we retained it at middle and high, was my recommendation. The Bluest Eye, retain at high school level. Almost Perfect, retain at high school level. I Am Jazz, retain at the elementary level. More Happy Than Not, retain at middle and high school levels. And Tricks, retain at the high school level. Options for parents and guardians, we've reviewed this, but I put a little bit more detail in here so it's a little bit more clear. So parents are currently able to review the media collection at their child's school through the existing Destiny Follett system. It is a very complicated, tedious process, as we shared. We had discussed the possibility of creating a video series to help parents walk it through, but in conversations with the team, it became easier for us to identify an internal mechanism to allow parents to actually see that content in a different way by uploading or downloading the totality of their child's library so they could see all of the titles there. Extending beyond that, the recommendation moving forward from my office has consistently been that we would allow parents to opt out of certain books, that they would log into a system. It would be linked to our current focus system. Parents could log in, look at their child, look at their child's school. There'd be a comprehensive list of all the titles there. Parents could then check off which book titles they did not want their child to have access to if they knew them by title, or they could do it by theme, and the theme issue is one that we continue to explore, and it could be the most problematic simply because we want to make sure that there are no mistakes about themes related to books. We are reliant there on the publishers to ensure that all the themes are accurately listed, and that's a process we're working through now, but parents would have the option to opt out of those materials. We would require them to be completed by August 1st. I had a meeting today to get an update from the team as to the process being made on this online development or product that they're developing. And I was told that based off this and the way it's going to communicate with Destiny, we may be able to have a little bit more wiggle room on that August 1st date because we're not necessarily going to migrate the data over. There'll be a flag in Focus that basically says this child's parent has indicated a restriction on materials, and that then becomes the opportunity for them to double check it in Destiny. So to Ms. Miller's earlier concern, right now it still says August 1st because at the time I attached this presentation, it was earlier in the week, or excuse me, early last week. But as of the meeting today, prior to the workshop, we were able to identify that there may be some more flexibility there with that August 1st date. We would ask parents to complete the form and renew it each year. It's especially important that the forms are renewed when they're transitioning from one school level to the next or changing schools. That is something else we wanted to identify, is that if your child changed schools, the collections vary greatly. As you saw, many of these books are isolated to one or two specific schools, and they're not available everywhere. So again, it just means the collection will vary across our school district. So these are the current options that we've outlined for parents, and that's the conclusion of the summary of book reviews that have been concluded to date. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. I've spoken about this at great length, and I know everyone knows where I stand on this matter. So I'll be brief this afternoon. At the last school board meeting, there were some individuals who read some of the passages. And as I understand, I haven't looked at our YouTube videos that from those meetings, but as I understand it, those passages had to be bleeped out or removed. And it's rather stunning to me that we can't allow those passages to be read to the public, but we're okay with our school-age children reading them in books. It's illogical. It's stunning to me that many of these books, if they were turned into movies, would be R-rated movies, meaning that the students wouldn't be able to see them if they're under the age of 17 without parental permission, yet we're okay with our students reading them. It's illogical. And what I've been told, one folks said to me was, you can't take those passages out of context. Well, here's what that means. It means that if the context has some sort of social value in somebody's eyes, then we can say anything we want. We can use any verbiage we want. We can use any type of pictures, no matter how offensive, because it has some sort of redeeming value to someone. And my question then is, what context doesn't have redeeming value to someone? That means that every book would be open to come into our libraries. And that is an appropriate approach for society in general and for adults, but not for schools. And this has been rather stunning to me. I don't understand it on any level. So I don't think this is going to come before the board in the form of a vote. So I have talked to the superintendent about another recommendation that we've talked about another possible option. I believe in parental choice, and currently we have an opt-out system. But that's not a very good option for parents who don't want their children to have access to these books because they can still go into the libraries and get the books. They can't check them out, but they can still get those books. They still have access to them. What I would propose is an opt-in system, wherein the books in the libraries are segregated so that students don't have access to them unless they have parental permission. So if there are parents out there, and it's only fair enough, if there are parents out there who want their children to have access to these books, they can opt in, and the books would be made available to them. But it would preclude, for all those parents, and by the way, I ran into an individual who told me they were a grandparent, and they said, I don't want my kids reading these books, but I also don't think they should be banned. It's a dilemma, right? So, for those parents who don't want their children to have access to these books, I think we have to honor that. And I think we can do that by having an opt-in system, again, where the books are segregated from the other books, so students can't get them without permission from their parents. So that's what I'm proposing. And I know you and I talked about this, and I'd like you to comment on that if you don't mind.
I'd actually like to open it up first to the board, because I had a similar conversation with several of your colleagues who proposed the exact same. I will address, if I may, Mr. Wilson, the reason why we had to edit the video is not because the district chose to edit the video. There are FCC policies in place.
It makes it
So
irrelevant.
I understand, but I wanted to explain that it wasn't that the district felt it was obscene. It's just there's regulations as it relates to that. And because we were unable to notify it, now if somebody chose to do that willingly, then quite frankly, we could have posted the video in its entirety and they would be sanctioned by the FCC. However, even though everyone knows we record and broadcast our board meetings, we don't provide a disclaimer. And so we felt the need to go ahead and edit anything where we felt it was appropriate to ensure that there would be no FCC complaints filed against the school district as the party.
I would also
Mr.
mention
Bridges.
that there is no requirement in the law that any school board meeting be broadcast.
Correct.
That is something that we do voluntarily, and that there was no speech that was censored at the time when it was made publicly. So I think that needed to be clarified.
Yes, sir.
And let me be clear, I'm not talking about censorship. I'm saying that as a society, we find this language so offensive that we don't want the general public to see it. As a society, not the Polk County public school system, but yet we're okay with it being in our schools. That is the problem. And I'm not suggesting we ban these books. I mean, I'm not saying we should ban them from society. I'm just saying there's an age appropriateness issue, as I've always said. And so those are my concerns.
Yes, sir.
But thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
I just have a question. I appreciate the information you're giving because there's been a lot of disinformation about what's happening here. Everything from the committees to the fact that we somehow legally have to record meetings, which we do not. But I'm questioning more on policy. And, you know, parent choice is something I'm very concerned with a lot of things. We need to be very aware of not only legally what's we're responsible for, but just individually and giving those parents options. So I have two questions. One, if you want to bring back another option besides opt-out, I would like to hear that. But how is that going to work if it's just including these books? Because here where we're at now, we have a lot of people emailing, they're offended by books. We have other people emailing, you know, we don't want you banning books. And by the way, have you looked at these books? So now everything from Judy Blume to the Bible has been referenced in my emails that people want them looked at. So I think we need to go back to how we set policy years ago to handle this and how we've done it in the past, where it's done at the site level. Many of these books aren't available unless just one school, and some are more offensive than others. I think it's important that our school sites make these decisions, what's best for the learning community, and that's why the policy was created. So I want to know more about how we're going to return to how policy was written for our school communities, because if books are added and we're opting in, are we just going to keep updating an opt-in list? How would parents know about it? So I think the infrastructure of how that would work is where I'm interested in learning.
Yes, actually, I can answer that. We had long conversations about just that issue. There's a new law, as you know, that requires us, the state of Florida will provide training to all media specialists or media paraeducators that will train them on the selection of appropriate materials. And while it does not require there's a review process any further, the initial language did, but the final language did not. What we propose to do is do exactly what we do when we do a curriculum adoption and provide an opportunity for parents to review the materials at the school. So at the end of each school year, when we typically go through the procurement and review process, we could put out a notification to that specific community of learners that says, parents, we're adding the following books to the Media Center. And it's open to review, so that if they wanted to petition or request a change, they could at that time challenge the book. I believe, though, that the combination of an opt-out and an opt-in virtually eliminates the issue altogether, quite frankly, because it empowers parents that if I don't want my child to have access, so let's go with the opt-out process first. The opt-out allows the parents to see the collection at their child's school in its entirety. And so there are books that were not challenged as part of this process that they could still find objectionable for whatever reason. No questions asked. They don't want their child to have access to, and we'll honor that. The opt-in, however, explicitly addresses the books that were reviewed. Now, as it relates to that, there are several books that we need to be we may have to approach somewhat differently. Beloved and The Kite Runner are two examples, because they are currently part of the recommended AP reading curriculum. Now, as we advertise that every school year, we do tell parents and students that there are alternative selections that they can read. So what we would have to do is ensure that for any of those courses, and we do currently, I know my own son came home with one at the beginning of this school year from his ELA teacher that listed all of the books they were going to be reading. And if we had an objection, to let the teacher know. So there needs to be essentially a permission slip that goes home at the beginning of the school year. It's standard practice from that from the teacher to the parent saying, these are the books we're going to read, and if you find any of the materials objectionable, please let us know, and we'll provide an alternate assignment. This is if you go with an opt-out or an opt-in, I don't see them in conflict with each other. I think it becomes, quite honestly, it's a solution. We have to be a little bit creative in ensuring that we maintain the integrity of our curriculum and those resources that are used explicitly. I think Ms. Cunningham did an amazing job explaining the difference between just materials that are available in a library, but those materials that are referenced and utilized frequently for the purpose of instruction, where the teacher is there to guide students, challenge their assumptions, challenge their thinking, make them think creatively, not to indoctrinate students, because that's where everybody's going to go with that comment I just made. But at the end of the day, that's what teachers do. We challenge existing assumptions and our knowledge of the world around us so that we're better learners. It either affirms our position or it may change our position. They're not challenging them on the content of the literacy. They're challenging students in how they reflect on what they read and how it impacts them and what the author's intentions were. So it's not about the content as much as about the process. So I think we can do both processes without being in conflict, but also creating some opportunities to ensure that materials that are explicitly linked back, and I have to keep going back to AP testing. So many of our kids take those courses, they're going to take that test. We don't want to put them in a difficult position where they won't be successful. So if that's the case and the parents opt out of those materials, we need a mechanism to trigger that response from families that otherwise may not respond to the media request at the beginning of the school year.
I just have two other follow-up. And it's part of that disinformation that gets out. We're gonna alert them during a curriculum adoption, but this is not curriculum. This is support material, so we need to be very careful with the wording of that.
Correct.
Because people will perceive it as curriculum, that it's being taught. And second, with the AP, and the only two books I've ever read on that list were the two connected to the AP testing. I wasn't reading them from AP testing, but it would just happen to be that time in my life. So my question is, these are Florida Department of Education AP exams connected to these books. Are they giving alternate scoring? Is it going to affect student scores from the Department of Education if we change the books?
No, I'll bring Dr. McNaughton or Mr. McNaughton up, but let me clarify. AP is not Florida. It's College Board.
Right, right.
So Florida supports, as do all other states, AP testing because students can earn college credits as a result, and it's a great process to engage kids in academic rigor. No. What the assessment would do, it doesn't necessarily focus on, if my memory serves, it doesn't focus on, and I'll just pick a book, Beloved. It doesn't focus on the content of Beloved in as much as the themes and things that were addressed in Beloved.
Okay.
And how do students process through those topics, and how are they deciphering information or using context clues to provide a response and be able to critically cite and evaluate a passage. So, I mean, that's my recollection, Mr. McNaughton, but I don't think they explicitly ask a question about that book. I mean, maybe I could be wrong though.
It's a passage from
The book.
the book itself.
So if you read the whole book, you have a better understanding.
Right.
So a substitute book, they would not have been exposed to the passage.
No, they would not have been exposed to that passage, but you're hoping they're exposed to that theme or that
Okay.
concept.
It's the theme of it.
Thank you. That was my question. I understood AP. What I'm saying is this is widely used for student college entrance, and I wanted to know how we would work around without jeopardizing that. Thank you.
But I think, again, that would be served through a permission slip at the beginning of the school year, acknowledging the parents what the reading expectations would be.
Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. And I would not be supportive of an opt-in from the library books. As far as having a permission slip for the classes, I think anything that you're being required to read in class, we should have a permission slip for. But if it's something that is a library book that they're able to get off the shelf, I think that we need to have an opt-in for the library books, an opt-out for the library books, not an opt-in. I could see putting an asterisk or something by the books that have currently been reviewed, just so that parents know these are the ones, or having a list that indicates which ones they were that had been reviewed, but I would not want to see us have only an opt-in option.
Ms. Fortney?
I agree with Sarah Beth Reynolds Wyatt. I think an asterisk would suffice if somebody cares enough to, opt their kid out, then let them know easily that these 16, and then when the next 16 show up, we can add an asterisk.
Ms. Fields and then Ms. Wyatt again.
I agree as well, but my question is, I'm sure that you thought this out. If you haven't, you will. How are you going to roll this out to make sure that everyone knows what is expected and that we have the parents engaged and ready to respond? Because that's going to be very critical.
So it would go out as part of the back-to-school packet of information. There will be videos attached to it that explain how we arrived at this process, how they could complete the process, what assurances we're providing in multiple languages, and we would do a marketing campaign. As we shared before, this topic has garnered a lot of attention. We would rely on traditional media outlets because they'll message to parents, hey, listen, Polk County has adopted the following. We would advertise it aggressively through our social media campaigns, but also direct messaging to our families, and that provides the best assurance. And it would be part of the back-to-school packet of information that parents get as well. So there'll be a flyer in there that walks parents through it. Just a point of clarification with the asterisk, it's important to note that only some books would be captured in some lists. For example, an elementary book is not going to be included in the middle or high school list. So it would, it's good feedback because the team could front load those books by school level as needed, but it would also only be listed if it's within that school. So I think that's an important clarification as well, is that if there are only 3 schools in the entirety of Polk County that have the book titled I Am Jazz, elementary schools, why would we include that title in every other school if they're not adopting that text? So it would become a requirement if they were to procure that, but I don't anticipate that being an issue at this time. So, Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. I do just want to put on your radar, I know that we oftentimes get new library books in the middle of the school year, things like that. Will we have a process for when new library books are, if they're added in January, alerting parents that these books are coming to your library?
Yes, ma'am, because we're actually going to streamline that process. Our conversation this morning is we're going to move to one dedicated timeline towards the end of the school year that will allow us to advertise to parents, we're adopting the following, please come review. And I think, as we shared and Ms. Miller pointed out, it's different because this is a school-level adopted material, not a district-adopted curriculum material. It's a supplement. So we would streamline it. However, if we found that our timelines could not be aligned for next school year, we would advertise it every time before a book ever goes to shelf. Let's say they get 2 or 3 shipments over a 2-week period of time, we would ask them to wait until the entirety of the collection's available and then do the advertisement for 30 days, and then they could shelve the materials as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
As was earlier mentioned, there is a new process in place under the law for reviewing library books and other materials that are coming in. And I would just point out to the school board and to the audience that it's a whole lot easier to decide up front not to place a book or a work on the shelf than it is to subsequently remove one. Removing materials is where school boards get into deep water, as discussed by the Supreme Court in the PICO case that we talked about last time. But it's a whole lot easier to keep a book from going onto the shelf in the first place than it is to take it off the shelf once it's there.
Thank you. And Wes, I know we spoke earlier. Would you, I know you sent us some information this morning, but just in discussing some other districts that have been looking at similar things?
Right. We were advised last week that the sheriff in Indian River County had completed his investigation. A similar list of books, I think, had been presented to him with a complaint that they might run afoul of Florida law on materials that are harmful to minors. And the sheriff had completed his investigation and determined that no laws were violated, but he did opine that he thought that there were some materials there that he would not like for his children to read, and that he suggested that the school board scrutinize their policies for the adoption and accession of library books, which I am sure that they will do.
Thank you.
It's also my understanding that there's something similar has happened in Flagler County. I have not yet received any documentation from Flagler County.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. I think I pretty much stated how I felt at the last meeting. I have done my due diligence. I've talked with graduates who've left our system and moved on. I've talked with English teachers. I've talked with our sheriff and just community members, because this is a huge issue. So I kind of stand by what I said last time. My view has not changed. I believe we need to move forward with this, but I really do think that the responsibility lies with that of the parent. That is the First Amendment right for free speech. You have a right to walk into a school that your child is going to, and as we said, opt out of those books. And that's pretty much where I think it needs to be, and that's pretty much what you're recommending here. You know, I support your recommendations essentially across the board. But I want to be sure, as Mr. Wilson pointed out, that for those parents who do not want their child to be able to walk in and grab that book off of a shelf, that perhaps these are located, I don't know if this is the right word, but behind the counter or someplace where I would have to have permission to be able to check out that particular book, because that is what my family has indicated is correct for me as a student at a particular school. So I don't know that we've actually talked about the physical, location of the book or books. But yes, and I definitely feel, as I did last time, having my child go through our Polk County school system and having read several of these books as part of the AP curriculum, and the discussions that were held between the teacher and the students was very important. So I don't ever want to compromise that. What I'm saying is, if I decide I want to go because there's been all this hoopla about these books, and I'm in, middle school or high school, I'm like, hey, I want to go check that out, that person is allowed to do so because their family has indicated that that's okay. And is that kind of what you were saying with all of this? I know you said retained in high school, middle school, elementary, but I'm saying I want to make sure that the child is protected if it's not age appropriate as deemed by that parent.
So that's where both the opt-in and opt-out can run simultaneously.
Okay.
I know Ms. Wyatt's on record objecting, Ms. Fortney and Ms. Fields. However, I would like time to develop what that process might look like and bring a recommendation back. Because I think, again, it does exactly what the state of Florida is asking us to do, which is empower parents.
Correct.
To make informed decisions about materials.
Correct.
I cannot preclude a student from walking into a library and pulling any book off the shelf.
Right.
But I also think we need to acknowledge the fact that in this age of digital access,
I know.
with all due respect,
Yes.
there's nothing we do that's going to preclude a student from getting that book easily accessible on their own personal
On their
device.
phone, absolutely.
And that's something that needs to, again, this is an issue where we've got to make sure that we're doing a good job educating our students and our parents on digital footprints and what they're accessing through their own media. Because even as students bring devices on our campus, we cannot block their devices.
Correct.
Doing so would completely disrupt our ability to safely maintain order on our campus.
Yeah.
And be able to respond if there were a real crisis on our campus or an emergency. So I know people have said, well, why don't you just block cell phones and prohibit cell phones? Well, I think my administrators have a lot more things to focus on than policing cell phones.
Yes.
And can I just make an official request that we not do that?
No,
well,
no.
sir,
And
we
I
won't
did
be
not
doing
say that. Let me be
No.
clear.
I'm trying to
You just went off on that
I'm trying to
tangent.
explain all of
Okay.
the different options that have been presented to me.
Oh, no.
Even the topic, but however, I do know Mr. Wilson and Dr. Allen both, because of their college experience, there are reserved sections in libraries. So there's options there I'd like to explore and come back to you with that I think would largely address the entirety of this issue.
Okay.
So, Ms. Miller.
Just in trying to resolve this, because the children are waiting, Mr. Hyde. The children are waiting. We
day.
have lots of crisis here. But when you bring those solutions back, I want to make sure it's like being a parent advocate for years in this county on my soapbox of disability. If we implemented something, I want it to make sure if you're going to implement this, it's documented where it's going to continue. I don't want anybody to have a false sense of this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it for a week and then we're not going to do it anymore. It might last a year, because the issue you're going to have is 16 books have been reviewed at the county level. There are other books that, there are all kinds of, so I need, when you come back, which this is a big lift, I'm going to need an explanation of how we're going to maintain it and who's responsible for it and how the parent will use their own, whatever it's device or how they'll be able to access for themselves and their children, whatever that solution is. I just want to make sure if we put something in place, it's not for, just to get this off the counter. It's really something that we're going to be able to
No,
implement.
I mean, because we know day one, someone's going to walk in that media center and
Another
try and
book.
access a book.
Right.
And so if it happens, then we're going to hear about it. So I
Right.
think, to your point, whatever we do needs to be fully vetted and implemented accordingly, and I think we're prepared to do so. So, Dr. Allen? Thanks, Mr. McNaughton. I think we're good.
Yeah, really appreciate all the conversation, and following up with Ms. Miller and what she's saying, what I'm hearing from her is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but really making sure that we have those policy guardrails in place. And I think that was the intent of my email that I sent to you in regards to, our process, is it following under this policy that we have or this policy that we have? Because in your response was it was 9130. Well, in 9130, the policy as it stands basically advises us to take the recommendation, and then the complainant, and I think you read the policy last time, Mr. Bridges, but the complainant then can come back to
Appeal.
issue, yes. So that's what I was wanting to know is this where your recommendation comes to us, is that it? Right? Because according to the 9130, there's still a couple more steps left in that policy, and I feel like we haven't really addressed that yet. And I think when I look at, the recommendations, the recommendation language that you use says to retain. Now, does that mean that we're retaining the individual books that are actually at the individual library? So, like, for example, you noted we've got, one book that's only at one school across the whole district. Well, next year, maybe we'll have 10 schools that have that one book. So then would the policy then go through the implementation process as well?
No. Good question.
And so, yeah, and I think that's where I've been confused all along, because I said this isn't the end-all conversation to these
Right.
conversations.
But there's, and it's a good point of clarification, going back to the beginning. There's a significant difference between someone who objects to an individual title at their child's school and someone who alleges that we have multiple titles that are in violation of a state statute or potentially multiple statutes. So we adopted a process to address that, because if you recall, our initial response was challenge the books at the individual school level, adhere to our process. But they elevated the situation, made an allegation we were in violation of multiple state statutes. As I shared, I'm not going to expose my employees that way, and I felt that this was the fairest and most transparent way to address this issue moving forward. Moving forward, any other challenges should happen at the school level at this point. I think we've demonstrated the sincerity in our process, and by creating definitely an opt-in, or an opt-out, potentially an opt-in, there's no other solution. You are completely empowered to limit your child to the extent that you want to, or empower your child to give them free access to any material you feel is valid and reliable. So there really isn't an issue then at that point. Just the mere existence of a book does not create an issue for that individual, or should not pose an issue for that individual. So I think, quite honestly, what we discussed today helps us address that. Future challenges can go at the school level. That in and of itself could we could have two schools that are in conflict with each other, and that allows it to elevate. The only challenge beyond today is a legal challenge. And we've known that from day one, and we've discussed that at length. So that's where we are.
Good. And I think that's been a part of our conversation too, is when we look at the committee work, and again, that I'm very appreciative of the committee work. I thought it was very intellectually stimulating. And whether I agree with the, the value element that came out of the analysis of the text, that's a different story. But I think, at this point, we're discussing the educational suitability of the text, but we haven't really addressed it from the legality standpoint. So I think as a board, it'd be nice to actually hear what our stance is on that from the legal standpoint, because that was really at the beginning of why we formed the committees. And I recognize that the committees weren't there to interpret the law, so it'd be nice if we had that perspective. And yes, I appreciate the materials we got from Indian River, and there were some really good findings and solutions presented in that material. But I think for us as board members, we haven't really heard that perspective. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes my presentations for the workshop today.
Thank you. And we will now go through the agenda for this evening. So special recognitions, we'll have 4 special recognitions this evening. We'll then go to public comments on agenda items to be voted upon. Approval of the minutes, any questions? Approval of the minutes, section D. F through I. Sections J through K. Ms. Fortney?
Sir,
Sarah
Ms. Wyatt, I had requested, did you get that request to remove the 3 Invo contracts?
I believe those are further down.
Okay. And they were?
And there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So L through P. And then action agenda is Q. Any questions on Q? Ms. Miller?
Madam Chair, this evening I'm going to request that we table at least 2 of the INVO contracts that concern behavior. We're spending $3 million plus on behavior supports, and I think that we need to take a look at, we have positions now that INVO's not been able to fill. I think that we can train staff. I've been in this long enough to know before INVO and before there was such thing as a behavior certified specialist that cost $77 an hour. And I think we need to have a work session on what we can do to meet the needs of not only our center schools, but these units, these intense behavior units that if you cost out per student is a lot of money. And the results of those, along with the supports that are going into our schools, I'm not sure. I think our staff's done an excellent job trying to find resources, and I know there are not a lot out there, but I think we need to have a deep discussion before we continue with millions of dollars with INVO. But that I can do at the board meeting.
Superintendent Hyde, is there a time sensitivity on those?
No, ma'am. Only to the extent that some of the contract does have, as Ms. Miller pointed out, it may have some existing vacancies that they would like to advertise and provide assurances to current staff before those staff indicate they'd rather move to a different contract. So, but as far as bringing this item in June, no, there shouldn't be any significant alterations. But there is a lot to discuss here, as I've discussed with Ms. Miller and others. But if staff existed to fulfill these needs, we would hire them.
Right.
They don't exist. And so we do not have the ability to train staff, but we can discuss that later.
So I guess my question is, do we want to discuss that at the board meeting, or do we want to, if we're going to table it, I think we should pull it off the agenda now and table it for.
I would like us to go around the room to make sure everybody does want to pull it, because I personally don't.
Okay.
I feel like you voted up or down depending on how you feel. This is huge for the departments to get this moving. I mean, staff does not bring us these contracts if we have people in-house that can handle this. This is here at the end of the year, getting ready for next year, and I don't feel that this is appropriate. If this was a situation that folks felt like we needed more info. It should have been done prior to today. I think I personally feel we need to move forward, and you voted up or down.
Ms. Fields?
I wanted to hear from Superintendent Hyde.
Yeah.
It's open for discussion this evening, correct? If it remains on here?
Yes, it's
Okay.
an action item, so we can discuss it
I think
this
we can
evening.
have an in-depth conversation, and for the sake of transitioning from workshop to the regular
Okay.
meeting. There was one item that should, and that we are receptive as well to tabling at this time. Item Q4, if there was a decision to table that for further discussion later. And so speaking with Dr. Lutz and with the principals who are directly involved with that proposal, I don't see any issue with tabling that one at this time.
Thank you. Okay, did you say we're just going to discuss it at the meeting?
Yes,
Is that-
ma'am. I
okay.
mean, we could remove that item, Q4, if there's no objections. But the other two, I think it's important to talk through item Q2. I'm not in disagreement with Ms. Miller as to what we need to do have a little bit more conversation there about the impact there. I'm a huge proponent for this program, and I'll share later why. But I believe that there are definitely some opportunities to improve our outcomes and our focus in that area. So it's worth the conversation later, so I can get direction from the board.
Okay, so we can go ahead and pull Q4, and then we'll discuss.
I would
the rest of
recommend
the
we
meeting.
pull item Q4 at this time.
I would ask that you
Mr.
get
Wilson?
consensus of the board.
Correct.
Because it's on the
Okay.
agenda, and you need a board consensus to do that.
Would we like to pull Q4?
No,
No.
I'm not in favor of it.
Ms. Fortney would?
I'm trying to understand, why did you say we could pull it, Superintendent Hyde?
So there were questions and concerns. This program was initially brought forward based off conversations with our center school principals, with the belief that we could better provide supports and services for them. It has, within the last 24 to 48 hours, come to my attention in speaking with two of the principals in particular, that they don't believe that this is the best mechanism in which to address it, and considering the costs associated with it, they asked that we have, and I anticipated having this conversation during the board workshop, or excuse me, during the board session. So at this time, because there needs to be further dialogue to ensure that there's a complete understanding of what services this would provide at those schools in particular, it would make sense to table that item at this time potentially, but if not, we can discuss it later.
Well, to me, if we're going to table it, we need to do it now, rather than at the board meeting.
It could be done as an amendment to the agenda for cause
Correct.
at the beginning of the board meeting.
Correct.
Would you like to table it, Ms. Fields, for Q4?
Probably because of the superintendent's comments.
That's my personal opinion would be that if the superintendent doesn't feel 100% comfortable with us voting on it tonight, then I think we should wait until June to vote on that one.
I'd like to have further conversations with staff.
Okay, and that's fine, but in the future, why bring it to this point? If you felt that way, it could have been taken off the agenda prior to today, is all I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like 11th hour here, and now we're saying, oh, nope, let's reevaluate and go back.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
which is fine, I get it.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I think that's,
And admittedly, I became aware of concerns late yesterday and spent the evening on the phone with many individuals trying to address this issue,
Okay.
even though it was vetted in cabinet.
okay.
There was a lot of background information I was not privy to until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock last night, and so I wanted to have the conversation here.
Okay, so we're saying tabling number
Q4.
4.
Q4 will be pulled.
Is that correct? Okay,
Q4
I
is
will
pulled.
support that then, if
Thank
you
you.
want to table it now.
Yeah, I think the motion will be to amend the agenda.
At the
Yes,
beginning
at
of the
the
meeting?
beginning.
Right,
Okay.
if you lay something on the table, then it has to be taken off.
Taken off the table,
at
of course.
the next meeting. This way,
Yes.
the agenda simply being amended to remove that item.
Okay.
Ms. Winchester, do you have that in the amendments? Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I just have one other question on that.
Ms. Miller?
Superintendent, can you clarify Q2, $3,334,140? If that's approved tonight for those impact units, is that a guarantee to that company, or can that be reversed with if leadership changes direction with those impact units?
That is a specific contract with that entity.
But it's you're fulfilling the contract. There's no,
It is a not-to-exceed amount.
but it's billable for $3 million
to that company.
The day we approve it.
Based off the commitments that they've made for that contract. That's why it's not generic.
And in the board meeting, I'd like you to talk a little bit about those impact units and what they were designed to do, because it's not what they're doing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And, I apologize. Any other questions on action item? Ms. Fields?
On number 5, for the internal audit position, the senior director position, when was that salary comparison done? Because it's not, what's the date on that? It doesn't have,
Initially, it was done 2 years ago, and we updated it when the request was made to my office this year.
so it's current?
It is current.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Any other questions on action items? All right, and Superintendent Hyde, you'll have a report?
Very brief one. Yes, ma'am.
And then no attorney's report, no auditor's report, and then we will have board reports, and then public comments not on agenda items. Right, and that will, unless anyone has anything else, be Ms. Fortney.
I met with, remember I'm the Central Florida School
Yes.
Board, right? Senator Monford was on, and Andrea Messina, the Executive Director of FSBA. And they spoke about the new Commissioner of Education, also about the June conference and some of the stuff that's going on. I would encourage y'all to look into that agenda. It looks very helpful. You did send me to the FSBA Finance 2.0, and I want to give a huge shout out to Heather Jenkins, Jason Pitts, and their team. The whole time I was there, they kept referencing Polk County and what a good job we do. And the heavy lift that department does is amazing. Amazing.
And that
With
was
this
not the
tiny
comments we got.
staff. What?
When we went to finance a few years ago, that was not the comments we got 4
Well,
or 5 years ago, so thank you all.
I can tell you, they were, they all are, like, they're this little group, a clique in the state of Florida, and they talk their own language. But the Family Empowerment Act is gonna, severely damage us. That was the main theme I wanted to report on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, I would like to respectfully request that we reconvene or convene our board meeting at 5:15 to give us a chance to get a quick break
Yes,
and a
ma'am.
bite to eat if possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we will adjourn the work session, and I will see you all back at 5:15.